today for the three finals of the Grand Finalists. So these teams are one of the top 8 teams that are candidates among around 1,000 teams, and they're from 7 different countries. I would like to present you the first team, which is from Tunisia. They are presented for you. We have worked on this project of 2 months. They have quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and now they are part of the grand finale. And we are really happy to have you here, guys. So without further ado, let's start the presentation. I hope you guys can see the screen. Can we start?
Hello, everyone. This is
quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and now they are part of the grand finale. And we are really happy to have you here, guys. So without further ado, let's start the presentation. I hope you guys can see the
from
screen.
Tunisia,
Can we start?
and we are from Tunisia. You can see that I'm pretty nervous. Hello, everyone.
Right.
This is I didn't maybe understand the words from what I was saying, and I wasn't even able to convey the message that we were trying to convey and the product that we were trying to convince with. So that's what we're trying.
The semi-finals, and now they are part of the grand finale. And we are really happy to have you here, guys. So without further ado, let's start the presentation.
Focus on mathematics, physics, maybe in IT, working on the hard skills, but our emotional well-being and cognitive skills were really neglected. So leaving us as adults and even as children, like since our early age, we are not good. We were facing a lot of troubles. We were under a lot of bullying, maybe some stress, anxiety, not understanding a lot of things going on in our lives. Our parents also are struggling with this. They are trying to be closer to us, but the generational gap is really big. So understanding your parent and your parent understanding you, it's quite difficult. Also, another thing is that the parents now really struggle and don't know what are their kids consuming online. So we are trying also to solve this with our AI advanced solution, BMO. So what is this solution? We are using advanced technologies like emotional recognition via facial recognition, and we are using an engaging and interactive learning experience for the child, and a parental support and monitoring for the parents. So this way we can have an environment where we have the parent and the child together to enhance and improve their cognitive and emotional skills, and of course the relationship between the parent and the child. So prior solutions have worked on similar things that we are trying to work on for the child, a lot of things, and still needs there's a lot of support and monitoring for the parents. As you can see, for the customization, emotional awareness, and the child together. So I'm gonna start and present our product there. Cognitive and emotional skills, and as I said, the relationship between the parent and the child. Being emotionally aware is really important. So prior solutions have worked on similar who can understand that we are trying to work on for the child. We have and still needs chatbot. There's a lot of support and monitoring for the parents. As you can see, for the child, emotional awareness and the child together. So I'm gonna for example, we have our product there. Cognitive and emotional skills, and as I said, relationship between the parent and being emotionally aware is really important. And even have worked on similar for his parents that we are trying to also for the emotional side that we have our demos and our chatbot. There's a lot of support for the monitoring for the parents. As you can see, for the child, for example, we have parents and the child together. Someone so for example, we have our product there. Cognitive and just as I said, relationship between the parent and being emotionally aware is really important. And even have worked on similar for his parents that we are trying to also for the emotional side that we have our demos and our chatbot. There's a lot of support for the monitoring for the parents. As you can see, for the child, for example, we have parents and the child together. So for example, we have our product there. Cognitive and just as I said, relationship between the parent and being emotionally aware is really important. And even have worked on similar also for the emotional side that we have our demos and our chatbot. There's a lot of support for the monitoring for the parents. As you can see, for the child, for example, we have parents and the child together. So for example, we have our product there. Cognitive and just as I said, relationship between the parent and being emotionally aware is really important. And even have worked on similar for the parents. Also for the emotional side that we have our demos and our Years old, and we also are and we intend to work with educational institutions, therapy centers, and organizations. So the impact of TIMO. Here we can see an impact on the child, on the parent, and even on a bigger life. So on a child, as a child, I will be like more aware of my emotions. I'm gonna be more skilled. I'm gonna like feel better and know better about what's going on in my life, reduce a lot of mental health problems and like failures maybe. As a parent, I'm gonna be closer to my child. I'm gonna see my child improving day by day. And for Africa, we're talking about the next generation. We're talking about next future like innovators, leaders, of course, technically, because Africa's educational system do focus a lot on the technical side, but here we're also gonna have kids and like future generations who are gonna be really skilled, uh, on the soft side. So our product do align with the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations for the reduced inequality, quality education, healthcare, and collaborations. Our revenue model is add-on based and also to provide flexibility for the parent to like pick the features that he wants to work on. And we also provide a yearly subscription so that we can get like lifelong, like long-term clients and make it easier for the parent to purchase the product. For something that I want to mention is trying to reduce the screen time for the children. We want to have a product that's a robot that's gonna be a toy for the child. That's why we're gonna like help him get away from the smartphones and like get away from that addiction and have his own companion with him who's gonna work with him. So working with that on that product is already in progress, and I will talk about it even more. Here, the market we're talking about is Africa's children for our like total market. Addressing only 1% of this can get us to 32.19 million dollars. What are our future prospects? So first things first, get more user friendly with the child and like maybe understand more about what's gonna be the user experience. Then we want to launch our robots in 2026, like I mentioned, the BMO robot that's gonna be really big and help children get away from their smartphones and like get away from that dark side. Later on, we want to enable like multiple parents usage. One parent can use a lot of, like two parents can monitor their own child, or as a parent, I can monitor multiple children, like of my kids that are using BMO. And later on, we want to work on a community of parents that can share their information, share their experiences together. And of course, we are working like throughout the process of this product. We've been contacting a doctor, Tunisian doctor that we know, Afif Zoueri. He's a child psychologist. He was helping us a lot into knowing how to like deal with children, the user experience of the platform, and like how to know more things about what we're doing. For the financial projection, we estimate to make around $1,400 in 2025, yes, with a total revenue of 21.62% for yearly usage. And hopefully by 2023, we'll reach the 21, we'll reach like more numbers. So the future prospects are already here. We are working already on the robot, try to integrate the features that we have in the platform and trying to use them on a robot. It's still in progress. Actually, this is not the final design. This is just for testing the features. For the design, we want to work on a friendly design, maybe customizable design, so that we can get a special theme for each kit. This is our team, a pretty diverse team. We have an AI researcher, AI specialist, me as a marketing lead, and a web developer, full stack developer. And I really hope that you like this idea, and I really hope you help us to work on the future of Africa, future kids. If you want to get an idea about how are we going to spend like the funding that we can get from this competition, we would really want to work for 30%. We want to work on enhancing the BMO development for the application and for the manufacturing of the robot. Also, to go into the market, we need marketing, a lot of like other things like manufacturing, as I said, and some like legal legal complaints. English is hard. It's not my language. And like we can like go in details about this. Thank you. Let's go for the demo.
I think you can try the screen now. I think the TV seems to be working.
Really? Okay. I wish I had been as a kid. I would have been presenting better. Okay, let's take a look at our project. So this is like the page that every parent can get. Sorry, is it working? Yes. Here, as a parent, I can come and like take a look at what's BMO, take more information. We're planning on like integrating some tutorials here for the parent to understand more the product. Then later on, as a parent here, I'm gonna set up the platform for my kid and for myself. Here, giving some information for the sign in. And then first things first, going to the parental dashboard that is secured with a QR with a PIN code. So for the settings, I'm gonna like to set some blocked topics and alerted topics that I don't want my child to integrate and talk more about with the chatbot, or I want to be alerted. Both cases, I will be alerted. Like I will get a notification as a parent, and of course can set the time limits and daily usage. Even progress, like I can set learning progress for my child learning goals. Okay, here as a child now, exploring BMO, I'm going to use the chatbot with facial recognition with accuracy of 0.95, 0.95 accuracy. The emotion is detected. Here the person is sad, the child is sad. So the conversation will be really comforting, trying to understand what's going on, how is your day, and things like that. And we will even, okay, and we'll even try and like use the words that the parent mentioned as alerted and blocked words. So here, I hate myself. I'm sorry to hear that, trying to be comforting. Comforting, yes. We will see later on how BIM will deal with that with the parent too. So here it's really comforting, trying like to give some comforting things and asking support, trying to express his emotions. For the cognitive skills part, we have like intelligent activities like memory, chess, and cube that are adaptive, AI powered to make it like more going with the progress of the child and make it more challenging. Here for his essays, he can like review his essays and get constructual feedback. Here's the quiz for the emotions. As a kid, I'm here, I can be learning a lot of new emotions, like trying to guess what is each person showing. And I can even get like descriptions and images with really easy words as a child for me to understand, to know how to deal more about like my environment and understand my environment better. The fun part is like creating your own story, really like encouraging as kids to read more. Here's a story about Tarzan with an image about Tarzan. He can either hear it or he can either listen to it or like read it. Even for the chatbot, by the way, we have speech to text and text to speech recognition because not every kid knows how to type. And later on, for the parent here, my child ended like his session with BMO, for example. As a parent, I will find the notification here. So Lara here expressed some bad thoughts. I can go and see the interactions between the chat and my child. And if I don't have a lot of time, I can go and generate a report. This report is really friendly for the, like, useful for the parents. Parents are really busy, so not reading a whole conversation is really good. So having a report that's gonna tell you about like the really important things about your child and even give you suggestions about how you're gonna interact furthermore with your child and help you like learn more things about your kid is really good. We have also some weekly progress indicators. And as a child, if my parent is not allowing me to access BMO, this is where I'm gonna find. That's it for the presentation and the demo. I hope you like it.
Yes. Yes, I guess that wrong. I guess. No, just. There's the microphone.
Oh, questions. Yeah, I think I'll start off with language.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not my native language, and it doesn't look like it is yours either. So I saw English,
Yes.
and can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So one, does it support multiple languages? If it doesn't, would it? And two, since you're basing this on some kind of AI technology backend, which you can tell me about, um, how mature is the technology for the kinds of things that you're looking to do, and how reliable is it, considering that you're chatting with a suggestible, young person. So maybe you can answer that.
So, for the first questions, for the multiple language support. So basically, at the moment, we are currently supported in English, as it's obvious. So
Just put loud.
for the moment, we are only supporting the English version. But later on, when we got enough funds, we will be going to use the local native language of other African countries. So for now, we are starting on Tunisia, and later on, we hope we expand our area of functionality.
And actually, for the languages, it actually needs resources because African native languages are not really like open source. So, like having these things in our product would need some resources to do that, and like maybe some funding. For how reliable is our product and the responses of our AI. For the data, as I mentioned, we've been working with a doctor, Tunisian doctor, like psychiatric, sorry, and he was trying to help us like more to understand how to like what are the certain topics that we shouldn't like be leaving the kid interact on. For example, for the suicidal thoughts,
Mm.
it's treated even on another like type of in another way other than that. Just if even if the parent wasn't like yes, even if the parent wasn't like putting suicide as a word that's like sensitive, our chatbot will treat it in a sensitive way. Even we're gonna like at first in the login there's a country needed, the parent enters in which country, where are you. So the chatbot will even provide local support, like numbers from maybe number in Tunisia, support number for people who show suicide thoughts and things like that. So treating each subject in its own way is something we've been focusing on.
Yeah, I guess one more thing on the AI. So did you have to train BMO on a particular data set, or you're relying on an off-the-shelf model?
For the emotion detection, we have taken the pre-trained model ResNet 50, and we have retrained it with our data collection from the doctor for the emotion detection. And for the chatbot, we have used Llama 3.2 with 17 billion parameter in Meta. And for the image recognition, we have used OpenAI Lava 1.5.
Do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I may have a few more. But I don't understand the answer.
Oh, actually, go ahead.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Sure. So on the brochure, I noticed the word ASD mentioned. And what you're presenting here looked a bit more generic, meaning, it's just for every kid in Africa, I would imagine, with or without ASD. So
Yes.
if you can clarify that.
Actually, starting with BIMO, we are thinking more about only ASD children because they are the one who needs this support the most. But later on, figuring out that not only ASD children have this difficulties in the emotional and cognitive skills made us think in a wider range. And the thing is, even in our future revenue model, we are thinking about helping more the ASD children with more specific revenue types, more specific things to help them get BMO and encourage them be more with BMO.
Okay.
So this is a more general idea about working on the ASD children is really important for us too.
So in short, we found out that basically all children in Africa have some struggles dealing with communication and expressing themselves, but the only difference between them and the autistic children that the level of difficulty in the autistic ones is a lot harder, but they are similar and the same.
And this will be my last question, and it has to do with revenue. And you're saying, and if you're going to get like 1% of the market, such as it is, that you'll make $30+ million since there's some time. So who would be who would be buying this kind of product and service at scale?
So here we're talking about parents who are already familiar with technology, parents who maybe have their kids maybe in not public schools, for example, in Ethiopia. I've made a research, kind of research about parents in Ethiopia, where do they get their kids to school, and how much do they pay for them. So approximately our revenue model is midly affordable for the parents who have their kids in public school, but it's mostly affordable for the ones who get their kids to private school, for example.
Okay. No, that's fair.
Thank you very much. Team, overall, I think this was a very good presentation. A couple of things to improve. I would say you may not have to start with the anxious example. You have a very good energy on the stage, and no need to make the first impression with, the anxiety example. You can just mention about that. It's also something that everybody knows. That reading emotions is very important, being more emotionally literate, and it's an area that we would love to help to the kids as well as adults in the future. So the touch to SGDs, this is good because the impact part of the project is important, right? And individual impact is obvious, so you can put more emphasis on the generational impact. What if we raise the next generation of kids more emotionally literate? If they understand each other better, there will be less hearts broken, right? Less deals broken. So there will be more collaboration. People are going to be happier overall. I would recommend putting more emphasis on that side as well. So when it comes to questions or a little more feedback, so the touch to the psychologist is very good. We work with the psychologist. For the financial projections, you can spend a little more time because that part is usually right. That's what you are curious about. Okay, how much money we put in, where does it go, how you are making revenue, and at what level, what you expect. I would recommend putting a bit more emphasis on there. For the future, a parent interface. I believe right now it's a website, right? It's definitely mobile app is coming. Having a parent interface is going to be a great difference maker. If you can see what your kids is doing, if you can add some content, hey, let him, her work on this, work on that. I believe parents are gonna love it. What else? So my notes are these, and one question. What is your go-to-market strategy? Like you mentioned that autistic kids, right? Definitely they need the support. Are you going to start from there, or are you going to go to institutions first? What's the go-to-market strategy?
Okay, so for the go-to-market strategy, we are going to institutions first, get collaborations, partnerships. This way, we'll even gain more credibility with our product, and we will be closer to parents because parents go to institutions to get their kids there, and we go to institutions to get closer to those parents. Also, parents these days, we're talking about parents who know technology, these parents use a lot of technology and use a lot of social media. So having a good digital marketing would be really beneficial for us.
And are you guys probably going to start from Tunisia, right?
Yes.
And if you're going to start from Tunisia, I don't know Arabic, so I don't know the level of generative AI in Arabic, but I would expect it to be doing great job because it's one of the popular languages in the world. Have you guys tested out the product with Arabic? Is it very easy to support Arabic?
Yes, I don't think we have a problem with Arabic language. Like there is, I think like BIMO will be able to respond in Arabic. However, in the future, we try to work like on even native. So in this, like we rely on like the big tech companies like Meta and, for example, OpenAI, like to improve their model so we can use it in our application. And we don't spend so much on improving it ourselves. Like we rely on the big tech companies to do that. And oh yes, we will start in Tunisia so we can get some customers in Tunisia. We get feedbacks to improve the system, and then we will try to expand to the whole Africa model, because we can't start like from the start. We target the whole Africa. That's like undoable.
100%. Yes. Start small and then you will grow.
Yes, exactly.
Makes sense. And one last feedback point, team. So in such kind of environments, if you can do a live demo rather than showing a video, like for your demonstration, if you really show the product, the cam is on, like you make it happy face, it detects, you make it sad, it detects, it's going to be more impressive. When you have the opportunity, feel free to make the live demo rather than going with the video.
Yes, exactly. But since we are like hosting our website on a free service hosting, we cannot rely on that because it gave us like so little resources. So like, for example, if the network connection is cut, like we will have problem in the live demo. So we avoided that. But our website is hosted, and you even can try it like by scanning the QR code there. So that's why we opted for the video, but like the live demo is working.
Got
We
you.
only try to avoid like any problems like that.
Thank you very much, team. This was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
That's scary. No, I'm kidding.
Especially, I want to stress out about the cost of building a robot. I mean, designing is something, manufacturing is something, and there is cost involved with that, and then reflecting that cost to the customer also. And as far as I see, for your product, you need to focus on your niche market. You need to be solving problem of autistic kids, not without age restriction. And you need to go deeper on that. Otherwise, to make it general, I mean, think about yourself at the age of 5. You have smartphone, iPads, TVs, everything is going on, and you are forcing them to use certain, but for autistic kids, it's a different story. And for autistic kid, what I want is record them 24 hours in silent mode, maybe, so that you can give the analysis, because during the sleep, during the whole 24 hours, what they are telling you, telling the parents, and they are not seeing it, but app might have to tell them the real story, what's going on with their kids. And also one other thing is keeping a diary. For example, we are having A2SV weekly wins. Maybe have a daily wins. They can record every day, and they might be proud of yourself. You see, I am recording, I did this, oh, I completed this task, something like little gamification maybe. And encouraging them to keeping a diary for them. It's a good thing. I mean, they don't have much thing going on in their lives, but you are giving something. But this is this requires also your go-to-market strategy to be involved with the institutions dealing with autistic kids, not in Tunisia, but everywhere, because your solution is universal. I mean, don't limit yourself with Tunisia. If you are solving first with Arabic, then target Arabic countries. Doesn't matter. And I believe you'll find the support for your product through that. And as I said, I mean, the financial part is important, and there is a high cost involved with the robots. That's why everything else needs to be related with all your financials. Otherwise, we are gonna not have a product. Thank you.
Can I add something?
Just for the dairy part, actually, when we're kids, we want to have a close friend. So having a chatbot that really understands you and talks to you in a really like personalized language and even calls your name, says how you're doing, and you telling him what's everything going on with you and all, it's part of like having your own diary kind of thing. So, but making it more gamified and like more specific into that thing, especially, would be a really good addition to this product.
Okay. I have two things, two sections. Number one is the feedback that you got on the previous presentation. I think you covered pretty much everything. Last time you took too long to present and you kept the time low. You definitely did take into account and you revised the financial model. You mentioned mobile, which was very important as well. You did consider annual subscription, which was something that was also suggested. You did correct the grammatical errors.
Yes.
The only thing I would say is the demo, you reduced the time as well, but you went a bit too fast as well. So pace it yourself. I'd rather understand all the features than you just seeing the time. Okay. I had five questions, but Anel actually already covered one of them. Remind me, which tech stack did you use and which databases are you using?
In the technology, we have used it for the front end and the back end, the Flask framework based on Python. In the chatbot LLM, we have used Llama 3.2 with a 70 billion parameter taken from Meta. For the image recognition, we have used OpenAI Lava 1.5.
Yeah.
And for the emotion detection, we have taken pre-trained model named ResNet 50, and we will fine tune it with our collected data.
Okay. What about database?
Also, for the storytelling, we didn't mention that. So, like for the image generation, we used like DAL E3 from OpenAI to generate the image, and for the text, we use the LLM of Llama, like Llama 3 of Meta. So, what was your question?
Database.
Database. So we use like MySQL database for now, but in the future maybe we like change that. But like in the duration of 2 months, we opted like for those type of choices, like Flask for easy and fast coding, and MySQL for easy integration.
Okay.
I hope I answered your question.
Okay. Yeah, you did. I see a little bit of risk here, especially on the database side in terms of scalability.
Yeah.
Second question is, how are you handling security and data sensitivity? Because the data that you have, it's incredibly sensitive, right? How are you handling data security?
So like for the dashboard part, for example, the parent can access the dashboard only by like putting the PIN code he received when he registered on our platform. So that's what to secure like, or to ensure that only the parent, for example, can access the dashboard, not the child. And that's like one way of security handling in our application. Also, like for example, for the facial recognition, we ask the person or the child or the parent even to allow the camera, so we make sure like he knows that we are using his camera, or like we take his permission for that. I don't know if there is like another aspect you want me to mention.
I was wondering. I was looking more in the terms of preventing DDoS attacks or anything related to security on a database layer. I don't know if you have any firewalls.
Yeah, like for now, because like it's not that advanced at this point,
Mhm.
but definitely we will work on that in the future.
Mhm.
Like for now, it's just a prototype, so we didn't go as much like advanced on that.
Okay.
So actually, this is an actual just the demo is for testing purpose. But later on, before we officially launch our project on the market, of course, we will hire a security team to
Mhm.
ensure our security data, and because we are dealing with sensitive data, and we need a good security team to do that.
Okay. As long as you are aware, that's
Yes,
that's
yes.
important. Last question. What are your 3 top bugs? What are the 3 top bugs that you have in your platform right now?
Let me think.
Say one. I will be happy if you say one. But what?
For example, the prompt engineering. You have an idea about prompt engineering.
Hmm.
So like in order to get the notifications, we want like our I can talk technically a bit.
Yeah, go for
Yes.
it.
So to get the notification, we demo the chatbot to respond in a specific format, which is a JSON format. It has like the text on it and the notification if there is any. So for the notification part is not as consistent for now. So we have that even more. That's one bug.
For the second one, it's not actually a bug, but something to consider.
Don't say it then. Tell me a bug because I know of a bug and you're avoiding saying it.
Well, it's not actually a bug. It's actually something to consider, because for the input of the chatbot via voice, sometimes if the background there's so much noise, sometimes it will be mistaken for the words. But in the calm with no voice, it's working fine. It's not like I said, it's not considered a bug, but something to consider later on.
Anything else you want to add?
Oh, like not a bug, but I was wondering what type of question was it? Like we don't get used to this type of questions. I'm just curious.
You're working on a demo, right?
Yes.
You've been looking at this code and this product more than anyone else in this world, right?
Yes, of course.
So you know the flaws that it has.
Yeah.
I want to know those flaws, not from a commercial perspective, but from an implementation
Yes.
perspective. And this is why I was asking you. Because if you were to tell me I don't have any bugs,
Yeah.
I would say I didn't spend enough time looking at the code.
No.
But I think that's,
Knowing the limitations, if I understand.
yeah.
Yes, as I mentioned in the start, also we have like some problems with hosting. Yes.
Yeah.
So we're using render for hosting and the freemium model. So they gave us like too slow resources. So for now we're using it, but in the future it's gonna be a different thing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Like
That's all from my side.
bright question.
That's all from my side.
Do you have any other questions or recommendations?
Yeah, I think, like, not just from a commercial perspective, but somewhere in your pitch deck, maybe as an appendix, it would help to show your tech stack or your architecture. You know, that way, questions around the database layer, which LLM model are you relying on, things like that.
It's available in the extended pitch deck, but if
Oh,
you
yeah?
want,
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
we do.
Just a comment.
Maybe we should have put that
Yes, sir.
slide. Yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
The training centers, they are not technologically advanced. I mean, you can give them with this app and maybe add some other features what they are doing, and including whatever you have, adding some other features that their workflows for the helpers. I don't know, the doctors, and you can give this product as a white label to the centers, like putting their names on it. Well, we are using technology in our system and powered by BIMO, you can say. I mean, this is another option to as a go-to-market strategy.
Actually, sorry. Actually, being is a good opportunity. The last days in the expo, we were contacted and like we were in contact with people in private school in Ethiopia. They asked that to have a meeting and talk more about it because they want to really incorporate a product like BIMO in their educational system. Since it's really like a tight schedule, we couldn't make it for a meeting with them to go to their office and stuff. But working with institutions like private school, especially, I think they are really welcoming for such thing, and they think it's gonna be really beneficial for them and their whole system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Have a good day.
About the anxiety part, I just want to catch your attention a little bit. I just want to.
Yeah, should I keep it here?
Well done.
Mike.
You can leave it there. Thanks. Thanks. Glad I'm using the same. I would have screwed up an entire.
Yeah. You wanna target large audience all the time. And solving some specific problem, going deeper in one thing.
That's, I prefer that to be honest. Whenever
Be everything for somebody
yeah,
instead of being everything to everybody.
yeah, exactly. I think it makes a lot more sense. The apps that I more ban on are usually very targeted apps.
Yeah. Specific needs, specific solution, going deeper, covering other things as well.
When I started being more health aware, I installed an app which just allows you to put the name of the food and then it will tell you the calories. But that thing was so flawed that I eventually switched to a sports app, and that had the same had some of the functionalities, were much better because they were targeting healthy foods. That was actually the best.
Nigerian team.
Hello, Team Nerds. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Asbi, please proceed to share your screen.
Was really my but it was you gonna put on my show. Not spell it out. See what taste. So dealing with Jason, he will use both of us. Um, can you turn on the CC as well? Can you turn on the CC as well? Yeah. Just in case we have tomorrow. We're good.
Home team, can you hear us well? Yes, we can hear you clearly. Can you hear us well? Clearly? Yes, we can. Okay, perfect. We're ready for you. You can start. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So, good day, everybody. My name is Shay from Team Ned from Nigeria. And with our platform, Consume, we're going to revolutionize the African market by making healthy easier. Now, Sorry, before I dive guys. into what Consume is really about, I want to walk you through. Sorry, guys. It seems like your microphone is has a little bit of noise, a little bit of interference. Can you try to get it even closer to see if we can hear you better? Can you hear me now?
Can
How does this
you
sound?
try another device?
Oh wow.
Can you use
I'm
your
not
phone?
sure. I'm not sure I can do that. Is it better now? Let me try leaving and joining again if that would work.
Hello, how does it sound now? Can you hear me clearly now?
Sayi, can you speak again?
Can you hear me clearly now?
We can kind of hear you, but it's pretty much the same. So it'll be a little bit distant, and it seems like.
And with our platform, Consume, we're going to revolutionize the food market or the food industry by making eating healthy easier. Now, before I dive right into what Consume is really about, and I want to walk you through three real life scenarios or real life cases of how Consume came to be. Now, next slide, please. So I'm going to start from our experience. That's my team and I's experience as students and how it's really motivated building this platform. So I'm currently in university, and I notice that every time I'm in campus, I really find it hard and I'm trying to switch to my laptop now. Time. Okay, is it better like this?
What's the team name by the
Can you hear me better now?
It's slightly better, yeah.
Okay, so I noticed that whenever we're on campus, it's really difficult for us to get the right meal to eat. And this is because one, the restaurants around our school don't really serve what we are looking to eat. And two, we don't really have time to plan our meals because we have to rush to classes early and all. Now, this is the best case of this problem. Another case is in the case of a mentor of mine who runs a business that requires one country to another. Now, because of this, he typically to consume meals that are not available to him because he's from Nigeria. Now, what this means is he always has to travel from Nigeria to, let's say, Ethiopia, for example. And whenever he's being served meals, he's not what these meals contain. And having to go to Google and search for this takes too much time and too much work. Now, this is another case. Let me dive into the most important and the most alarming situation. It's the case of my aunt. She has diabetes, and this actually amount of food that she can, or the vast amount of options that she have when it comes to meals and all. Meaning she's only limited to a particular amount of food. And this is three different real life scenarios of how Consume came to be. But does it mean that only three of us are facing this problem? No. Studies show that 76% of people in Nigeria find it difficult to stick to, in Africa rather, find it difficult to stick to a balanced diet. 60% of them have specific health conditions that require them to eat one particular meal or the other. Now, in Nigeria alone, 65% of people feel like they lack the time to plan meals. This includes my friends and I, which now contributes to the rise of food-related health issues like diabetes and hypertension. Next slide, please. But what has Consume been doing to solve this problem? Now, Consume offers one solution for all. Consume uses advanced AI to offer personalized meal planning and other meals-based services based on users' health condition, goals, dietary preferences, and location. In a nutshell, Consume uses AI to solve all those three food-related problems that I mentioned earlier. This starts from, and what we take into account by solving these problems are one, health conditions of the users, either they have diabetes or allergies. Dietary preferences. All right. That can include if they are vegan or not vegan, and for their location. Which are you in? What location are you currently in? Now, next, please. How do we use this solution? How do we utilize this solution, and who are we utilizing it for? Let me start by mentioning, like I mentioned earlier, young adults like myself, my teammates who are currently students, also fitness enthusiasts, people that want to start a fitness journey, people with certain health condition, goals, diet preferences, including the example I gave of my aunt was diabetes, and people that also want to like I mentioned, start a fitness journey or have specific dietary preferences, like if they're vegan or not. Also, health conscious customers, meaning people who want to eat healthy, and busy professionals like yourself, the jury, which you have to travel from one place to another and don't really have time to plan meals. Now, although we offer our services to just to customers, we also offer our services to business, hence the B2C and the B2C B2B model. On the B2B side, we offer our services to restaurants and delivery services. Now, how this fits into the ecosystem is by this. Now, you come on to Consume, you get can also order recommended meals from certain restaurants that we partner with. And when you just order those meals, delivery services like Chowdeck that we're looking to partner with in Nigeria will offer those meals and deliver them to you. Next slide, please. Now, what makes Consume unique? I mean, we have a great proposition and we have a great, like, a alarming problem and a great solution. But how are we solving this problem with our solution? Well, when you combine AI, attention to detail, and a nice user interface, Consume bring the following features to life. One, very personalized meal timetable. Everybody's timetable is different based on factors like your health condition, goals, and your location. Meaning, if I sign up as a Nigerian, I'll get different recommendation. And if you sign up as an Ethiopian or any other country you're from, get different recommendation. We also use AI for recommendations. We have a personalized AI chatbot and meal scanner, which is actually unique. And I will explain to you when we're doing our demo. We have also have blogs also which you can read while you are getting these meals and also eating healthy. We have a personalized trick progress tracker. We also spotlight restaurants and also partner with restaurants to give you the full version of what we are doing. And also we have an extensive meal library which you can search for any meal, get information about the meal, and a cook mode. Last but not the least, we have multiple language support for inclusivity, meaning you get multiple language like Yoruba, Algerian, or any other language you want to sign up with. Next slide, please. Now, what is the market opportunity? Those three use cases of the problems I mentioned earlier covers basically everybody. What this means is the entire world is virtually our market. But let's look at the numbers. The global digital health market is projected to reach 551 billion by 2027. And in Nigeria alone, our food delivery market is growing. And it's expected to reach over $1 billion by 2026. This is due to the rise of brands like Chowdeck and Glovo. Also, in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole, there is a trend toward tech-enabled food solution, as you see on social media and also on new generation platforms. And Consume is perfectly aligned to position itself and meet this demand. Next slide, please. Now, like I mentioned earlier, the whole world is virtually our market, but we're making money with two different segments. One, just like who we offer services to, B2C and B2B. Let me start from the B2C. This is our customers. Customers can pay a fee of $5 per month to regular users. When you get this fee, you get new recommendation, you get to order, you get progress tracker, you get all our features basically order that people make from our app. And this value ranges in terms of location and also time. Also, we give restaurant analytics and spotlight services. They get to see who's coming to their platform. They get to manage. We give them a whole restaurant database, and they pay $8 to $10 depending on location. Also, this $8 is based on branches, meaning you pay $8 to $10 per branch that your restaurants own and registered under us. So if you have 100 restaurants, you pay $10 for them, which is $1,000 every month. Also, yes, that's going to be our goal. Now, for our health condition, let's use diabetes as the health condition. Now, let's use none for the specific diet. Let's use none. All right, now that's everything, and we are going to be directed to your dashboard in a couple of seconds now. Now, in the dashboard, you have information like your spotlighted meal, your timetable preview, a chatbot, and also blogs. But cancel it. I'll walk you through it. Cancel it and walk through. Yeah. So you can say you can select languages here. You can also look at meals. Let's go straight into the meal page. No, go to the timetable first, if you don't mind. Yeah. Now the timetable is being created since the first account, just to get to know about you. And what you get instantly is a 30 days meal plan of 3 meals every day. And yeah, you get to see. Okay, this is a bit network. While it's loading, let's go to the chatbot. Now, click on any of these prompts just to get started. Any of them works. But yeah. Remember that we use diabetes as the app. So what if I'm going to give is based on what a diabetic patient will get. And so for someone that wants to start a fitness journey too. Okay. So as you can see, considering your age and diet, it's high in calories, which does not align to with your goals and all. It basically, now notice how we didn't have to put so much information behind it. Now let's go back to the time. Okay, I think this is network. So we'll probably wait for it to load real quick and then come back to okay, it's loaded already. Now you get 30 days meal plan, and as you can see, they are all Ethiopian meals. Also, click on any of these days, you can select a range of days to look through and go through big board. Now click on the meal card just to get more information about it. All right, so you can see the cook time, the cards here, a bit of it. You can also start. Let's open recipe and
Team,
details.
let me just give you one advice. You're running a little bit out of time. Maybe you can use the next minute or so to show the features that you find most relevant, so we can see them instead of going through the entire flow.
All right. As be real quick, open the meal scanner and upload the picture of any image, and then it organizes the image. Also, you can also read any blog you want and generate any blog just by dropping a topic name, and then it generates a blog for you. And whenever you read these blogs, you still get content. So it recognizes the mail, tell you how it affects your goals and all. And open the blog real quick. All right, so these are blogs that you can read just to like get you started, and then you can share with your friends if you want to. You can also change the language to any language here. You can also go to your profile, make edits to your profile, and then to be updated, just to change your location and all. And that's basically features for now. We are currently working on the restaurant integration features, so people can only run the waitlist for that for now, and then it rolls out by Q1 next year. Thank you so much for listening to our pitch. We will be taking questions now.
For the generation to finish. Are you done?
Oh yes, this is where you can search for any meal and get recipe, health impacts, and all. And by any meal, you can search for virtually any meal and get information about it.
Okay. If that will be all, then I guess we can start with the questions.
Oh yes, sure.
Sure. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the presentation. I guess I would start by commenting on the branding of the application and the contact information you provided earlier. So I see you have a domain there, and you're giving us a contact address for the app that uses Gmail. So if you can afford it, I would suggest getting a nice domain and host your sites and your email in there, and sort of it will add to the otherwise beautiful branding that you have here. So just a minor comment on that. And the second one, I had a question about how you build your your categories or taxonomy of meals, meal types and cuisines and such. Is it curated by someone who's an expert? Is it just free form and you let the AI figure it out? Is it unique per country? So I'm interested in the structure of the cuisines and the meals that you have in there versus what the AI does, to come up with a particular meal plan. So if you can sort of explain that, that would be nice. And just a last comment, this is all nice. I liked your presentation. I asked the same from the previous hackathon participants. If you can sort of show a diagram, sort of a technical architecture diagram that lays out, how the pieces fit together, what technology stack or sort of technology, you relied on, I think that would be great. But other than that, yeah, I thank you for your presentation.
All right. So thank you so much for that. I would start with the question with how do we recommend? So the structure is like this. Although we don't have any pictorial form, I'll just explain it. What we do is we first get our AI model and then we train it with models from multiple countries. Then next, we got responses and then we show them to our backend developer, which on our screen as Biala. Our aunt is a professional nutritionist. So we show her these results and then I hope you can still hear me though. We show her results and then she vets them for us. She tells us, oh, okay, this is correct, this is correct, this is correct. And one cool thing about it is we've never actually had any problem with the results based on our own vettings and all. Now, how do we make it personalized? Just like we show you in the setup, we get your information like your preferences and your country. What we'll do is our AI gets this what we've already trained, with data we've trained it, and also their own data, plus data that we trained. Let me emphasize that. And it gives a response based on what we've trained it on. And what we've trained it on is with the guide and help from a professional nutritionist. I hope that makes sense.
All right. Thank you very much, team.
For me, and I can skip, even though I can, because there are not many restaurants, but I can choose within the plate.
Exactly.
So that's the app that solves my problem as a user.
Yes, Abi, you are making a great point. So basically, I was going to suggest two, let's say, additions, which is going to make it more applicable for the real world. Number one, providing that feedback on the existing menus of the restaurants. Okay, so you can get my dietary preference. Sometimes it can be health related. Sometimes you can also add personal choices. Say, I don't like green pepper. I don't want to see green pepper on my plate. Like which items are available for me, and if you also have some dietary restrictions, right? So if you can do that filtering and make suggestions based on my preference on the restaurant menu, on the like at the restaurant that I'm about to eat, this is going to be very practical. So I can see one application that way. The other application, well, so yeah, there is this restaurant aspect. The other aspect is when you're at home, like instead of you telling me what to buy, what ingredients to bring, if I tell you what ingredients I have, and then you make me a suggestion of, okay, Emre, with these ingredients satisfying your health conditions, you can actually do this dish, that dish. I would say this is also going to be practical because people usually either eat at home or they go to restaurants. Like instead of making a 1 month meal plan, if you make it more instant based on the current variables, I believe the product has a lot more chance to make a real world impact. So like back to the feedback on the revenue model, like the business side looks good. On the individual end, I believe to ask people to pay $5, $3 in Africa circumstances, you need to be providing. So maybe you can focus on your B2B part. Like if you can provide restaurants a utility where when their customers come, they can interact with your app to learn more about what kind of food is good for their health, their dietary preference, they may be willing to pay for that service. Like if I was a restaurant owner, providing such kind of utility to my customers would be a good selling point. So from that perspective, you may potentially try to partner with one or two restaurants and see how this may go on the B2B end.
All right.
Yeah, like overall, that's my feedback, team. Thank you very much. And one feedback for the organizers, Rediyat. Actually, Naul made a great point. Like now our teams are presenting from some free web hosting pages. Why don't we host these projects in our hackathon.a2sv.org web? So hackathon.a2sv.org/consume can be this website, right? Perfect. Thank you very much.
All right. So I think I will start with the first feedback you mentioned, which means I'll start with the fact that you mentioned about the restaurant and how practical it is to provide information. We not only provide information, we also provide services. And how do we do this? I'll start with the two models again. I'll start with the restaurant feature. When we partner with restaurants, we not only tell you they sell this, we tell you what restaurants sell what you want to consume. What that means is if you are at home and then you want to eat something and you do not want to go through the stress of cooking, what you can do is order from a restaurant that you know serves what you want. And let me tell you how the ecosystem fits perfectly. Consume has a timetable for you. A timetable that if you want to follow, it automatically knows what to order for you straight up. But if you want to change it, you can change it also because we are looking at partnering with restaurants and also delivery systems like Chowdeck and Glovo, who we have reached out to, by the way. Now, let me dive again into another thing. I think it was Mr. Emery that mentioned it, which was how to cook, get information about what ingredients that you already have. Now, what you can do with our chatbot is ask, I have this and this and this ingredients, and I want to make this cuisine. Can you give me a detailed recipe of how I can make it? One thing that we just discussed a couple of weeks ago is also into YouTube links to our chatbot, where we can recommend YouTube videos for you to follow. And that's why we have a dedicated cook mode for you, which we're obviously still developing. So not only do we provide information, we also provide services in terms of you can eat this and this. Now, I think so. It was another thing was mentioned about what you've been served if you have diabetes. So one thing you can also do is the fact that we have your information. When you travel, you can also choose to share this information with restaurants around you. And then we look at it and say, oh, he has this and this and this. We tell you this restaurant in, for example, Ethiopia, who we've partnered with, serves this. You can order from them at this rate. Or you're being served this, take a picture of it or ask, can I eat this? Is it safe for you? I tell you, this is not safe. Consider asking this and this and this. So restaurants will also pay us to also get these customers and give them this information. They get analytics. They get to connect new customers, new fresh customers, by the way. And that's basically the ecosystem of Consume. We're handling the whole process of eating, learning about what you're eating, and getting what you want to eat. I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any community building aspects of the app? Because this kind of line of business, you need to have a community, strong community, support your operations.
Oh, yes. The plans on that are currently midway. In my university right now, we are looking at creating merch and starting from students. And if you remember, students and educators get $2 instead of the regular $5. And this is because we want to start a student ambassadorship program. It's in our pitch deck. I don't know if that can get pulled up. I don't know if we have the time for that. But then we are looking at building a whole community of people that are food enthusiasts. So we give them merch. We tell them, you know what, get more people. We host food shows. The ultimate goal of Consume is to entire living healthy lifestyle. And this we're looking at branches like fitness, healthy meal production, the health media, and local language and the food industry. Also creating our own restaurants and all. So the whole idea, like I mentioned, is an ecosystem and a community that we're currently building of healthy living enthusiasts.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. I don't have any questions. I think the rest of the judges already covered my questions. I just have two recommendations. You heard it today and you heard it yesterday already. I think it would make sense for you to really look at what Consume does nowadays because it feels like you want to do everything and start focusing on specific use cases. People that have some kind of condition are definitely one of the use cases that you can use. And the second one is actually making sure that you know how to attract restaurants to become more meal health conscious. Besides that, the only thing I have to add once again is I understand how difficult it is for you to be doing this, in Nigeria or in distance. So thank you for all the efforts, and we'll taking that into account as well during your presentation.
Thank you very much. This has been lovely. Thank you for listening to us. And we do hope you join us in our journey towards building a more healthy future by making eating healthy much more efficient and accessible. Thank you.
Thanks.
Can you tell me the order? What's the department? What is that? Yeah, it's Cognify. Cognify, and then Condition, okay, so fruits. No. Okay, is it a bit? Which one? Study school. And then I guess Languin, right?
Languin. I think I missed up.
You can. Take a watch, take this and write it down next to the channel, please. Thank you. Yes. Are you ready? Who's going to be presenting? Okay. Just you, right?
Yeah.
With me, I'll be Sophie and Felix Sam, and we are from FarmLinko. So at FarmLinko, we provide digital solutions to the challenges that our local farmers in Africa face. We know agriculture is the backbone of Africa's economy, and rice happens to be one of the most commonly consumed commodity in Africa. In Ghana alone, the government of Ghana spent over $391 million on rice importation, despite we having over 550,000 local rice farmers. Large number of local rice farmers, but they are still not able to meet demand. So during our research with these local rice farmers, they made us understand that there are some key challenges that they do encounter that hinders them from meeting demand. First, unavailability of ready market. According to these local rice farmers, there's unavailable ready markets for them where they take their produce directly to institutions or individuals that want to buy directly from them. Those farmers who are lucky enough to even get their produce to the individuals or institutions rely greatly on middlemen. And according to these farmers, 33% of every sales made through this middleman goes to the middleman. That is a big challenge. How much at all is a farmer earning? And that 33% of his income have to go to the middleman. Not only that, we know in Africa here, most of our local farmers rely greatly on the traditional weather forecasting method. And due to the climate change, if you're a farmer and you rely greatly on the traditional weather forecasting method, it becomes very difficult for you to accurately predict the weather. So we, FarmLinko, we have the solution. FarmLinko provides the local farmers with a digital platform where, as a farmer, you can set up your own store. So you set up your own store on the FarmLinko applications. And not only that, we know that language barrier is a key challenge in Ghana. We know that language barrier is a key challenge in Ghana. So what we do again at FarmLinko is we provide the farmer with an AI translator that translates from the local dialect, which the farmers currently are facing difficult in relating with these institutions or individuals that want to buy from them. And this have let them rely greatly on middlemen. So we provide them with this translator that translates from the local dialect to the formal language, so the buyer get to understand, and the buyer also get to speak the formal language as the English language, and the farmer also get to understand it in the local dialect. Not only that, FarmLinko, again, we provide the users with an IoT-based localized weather station that provides the farmer with an insight about the various parameters affecting the rice crop. We know that in Africa here, it's very difficult for most of these local rice farmers to actually sit down and analyze how these weather parameters are affecting the rice crop. So not only are we presenting them with these parameters, we pass these parameters through an AI agent that analyzes it and gives insightful meaning about how this weather parameters are affecting the rice crop and the necessary actions to take. We also know here in Africa here that 70% of the diagnosis, traditional diagnosis method used by our local farmers is mostly does not result in 100% efficiency. So FarmLinko, we provide these farmers with an AI-powered crop doctor. What this crop doctor does is it empowers the local farmers to be able to diagnose these diseases affecting their crops and the recommended treatment about how to go about it. Not only that, we also provide in-app chat room. What this in-app chat room does, it facilitates communication between the farmer and the buyer. In this case, the farmer, it also has the translator in where they can translate from the various languages for them to understand clearly. We also provide news feeds on the platform to alert the farmers about some of the trending diseases or some of the trending news in agriculture. So our market opportunity, the African rice market is estimated at $13.74 billion. And in West Africa alone, the revenue for the rice market amounts to $5.23 billion. And in Ghana currently, as of 2023, the Ghana rice market was estimated at $534 million. And FarmLinko is in position as currently the government of Ghana using an initiative through the Ministry of Food and Agriculture aiming to increase rice production by 49% by the year 2025. FarmLinko is positioned to support this goal. Not only that, with over 65% of these local rice farmers now using smartphones in Ghana, FarmLinko is there to promote the use of technology for these local farmers. Currently, there's an initiative by the government also running in the local community to empower them about how to use technological devices in their farming activities. And FarmLinko is positioned to support these goal and visions. Our go-to-market strategy, FarmLinko will be using a multi-channel approach. We'll be running targeted advertisement, not only for the farmers, also for the users. In this case, institutions and persons who want to buy or order from these local farmers. And we will also be making use of the local radio station to reach these rice communities and inform them about the FarmLinko application. FarmLinko is also looking at partnering with KIC. KIC is an entrepreneurship program that runs for these local rice farmers, empowering them about how to use technological tools in their farming activities. And FarmLinko will be partnering with them so that these local farmers will get to know more about the FarmLinko application and how to utilize them. Currently, FarmLinko, we are not managing the logistics. We are dependent on Grow4Me, which is a logistic company in Ghana that delivers produce from the farmers to institutions or individuals that want to buy from them. Not only that, FarmLinko, we are looking at organizing webinars and workshops monthly to empower and educate these local farmers about how to use these technological devices. Our revenue model. So FarmLinko revenue streams come in threefold. That is the subscription plan and in-app advertisement. We will also be looking out for partnership and sponsorship. So currently, with our financial projection, looking at our subscription plan, we are projecting 100 users in the first year. So each farmer will be charged $5 on our platform. Currently, according to the farmers, they are being charged 33% of their income are being taken by this middleman, but that is on a daily basis. But for FarmLinko, we are charging them $5 for a month. So that means that FarmLinko, we are only taking few percentage from their income. And not only that, with the in-app advertisement, we are targeting the first year 5 institutions running their ads on our platform. And once they run, we charge them $5. And from this, in a year, we are looking at revenue from only advertisement, $300 for only advertisement. The second year also, we are projecting 300 users on our platform, not only the farmers, but also buyers or institutions that buy from us. We will be running in-app advertisement, and in this case, we'll be charging them $8 for any advertisement run on our application. And this one we are targeting in the second year. We are also targeting 8 institutions running on our platform. In the third year also, we are projecting over 500. We are projecting 500 users on our platform. And in this case, since the user base has increased, institutions will also want to run more ads on our platform. And with this one, we will be charging them $10 for our services by using on our platform. Now, our competitive landscape. Currently in Ghana, there is no application running these services for each user. FarmLinko is the only application currently in Ghana running all this disease detection, local language translation, weather data, and market platform for each users. Our SDG goals. Currently, FarmLinko is tackling 4 of the SDG goals. No poverty. We are empowering the farmers to be able to get the necessary income from their hard labor. And also with our IoT devices, we are dealing with the climate actions by providing them insightful meaning about how these weather parameters are affecting their crops. No hunger. The more the farmers are able to produce, the more the locals will be able to get more food and eat. And decent work. We want the youth to understand that agriculture is not for some group of people, but with their smartphone, they can also play a role in the agriculture value chain. Because we want to run a quick demonstration of how the FarmLinko application works. So with the FarmLinko application, you can either sign in as a buyer or a farmer. So in this case, I'll be signing up as a farmer. So signing up as a farmer, your credentials will take the store where you are staying and all those readings. So currently I have the credentials. I'll input my credentials. So we have a feel of how the application looks like. Let us run. So once you enter the application, you get to see this interface where you gives you first of all the insight, and also you can visit your market store where you can take a picture of your crop and give a description of this crop and also the name of the product. We have many local rice in Ghana, so you give and also the price for a bag, and you can update it, and the users get to see your store on their side. This is also the IoT monitoring system. This data are being gotten from the IoT devices, and we are not only providing them with those insights, we are also giving this insight, passing them through the AI agent, and it analyzes it and gives insightful meaning. We get the weather insight, and with this, so the farmer can also translate it into the local dialect. So this is one of the local, that is the Akanchi, where the farmer can read and get better understanding of whatever that is being communicated. We also have the fertilizer and application advisor based on the weather parameters provided by the IoT device. This farmer also gets the weather insight about when and how to apply fertilizer or spray. Not only that, because we want the farmer to be able to navigate easily on our platform, the whole application can be translated into the local language so that the farmer can navigate his way around. We also, this is a sample of the news feed that we run on our platform so that the farmer can be informed about some of the trending diseases or trending news in agriculture. So this is the crop doctor. So the crop doctor gives the farmer the opportunity to be able to scan diseases affecting the rice crop, and it gives the recommended treatment. And in cases whereby it's extreme, this chatbot recommends the farmer to see an expert for better information about it. Not only that, we also have the farmer chatbot where you can ask any question regarding agriculture, and this chatbot responds to your question. So not only that, we also have the chat room. So we'll be looking at the chat room. In this case, this is a farmer. So he has received a message from a buyer. So the farmer can also chat. You can use either the voice or also the chat, and the whole chat can also be translated into the local language so that the farmer or the user can understand better. So in this case, the farmer will be translating into the local language. So the whole thing is translated into the local language. And I, as a farmer, get to understand whatever that is being communicated to me clearly. So I want to sign up as a buyer. So once I sign up as a buyer with my Google logins, I get to see the various stores, the various stores of these farmers, all the product that they have uploaded, and I get to see the best one that I want. I get to see the local names of this local rice and the prices. So I get to visit the stores of these farmers. I can either chat or call this farmer directly so that transaction can go on. So this is a buyer communicating with a farmer, so he can speak the English language or the local dialect. The buyer also can translate the whole application into the local dialect and get better understanding of whatever thing that is being communicated to the person. So in this case, FarmLinko, we are not only, because the platform is not for we the developers only or we the buyers only, but it's also for the farmers. So FarmLinko, we visited some of the rice farming communities in Ghana, and we made these local farmers have a test and feel of how this application works. So we'll be playing a quick video about some of the testimonials we had from these local farmers. See if you can hear the sound.
Just a second. Can you pause? Okay. Okay. This is the 5 minutes, not this one. This is 5 minutes. Sorry.
It's okay, you can read. It's okay. You can read.
Okay, they can read. Only farmer that's the restaurant owner placing an order using Okay, so currently we have 9 of the local rice communities in Ghana. We have most of the farmers currently testing. First version of the application was sent to these local farmers. They tested and gave us feedback. And currently we have the second mode of it on our phone currently, which we have made the necessary correction based on what they give us, and we have improved on it. So currently, FarmLinko is not empowering the local farmers with the market space, but we are making them become aware how technology can be used to transform their farming activities and also to empower them. So we have diverse team of engineers working in FarmLinko, and we have also our advisors, some from Google Ghana, giving us more insight about most of the key things we need to take into consideration. We have agriculture experts in the rice industries in Ghana currently helping us, and also Mr. Joseph, also being a global expert who is also giving us more advice about how we can partner more with institutions to get the best out of FarmLinko. And we also have our business analysts who continue to give us more insight and more information about how best we can generate revenue through the FarmLinko application. So currently, FarmLinko is on a mission to transform the agricultural landscape of Africa. And we need you to help us with your feedback and your insight. So we empower our local farmers to be able to reach more people. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you for the presentation once again. I think you took a little bit too long on the demo side. You should take that into consideration. When you did the demo yesterday, you took right about 5 minutes. Now you went a little bit beyond 8. I have a couple of questions. Number one is I did not see, as the feedback that you got yesterday, I did not see how you're going to address the logistics issue. So you talked about the financial model, but if you're removing the middleman, it means that you're removing the transportation means that they have in order to be able to sell their goods, right? The problem here is that they take a third of their earnings. So I would like you to talk a little bit more about that. I'm sure you had time to think about this. That's my first question. The second question is, I really wanted to know the tech stack that you're using, including database and which AI models. And the third question is, what would happen to your app? What would that
storing this produce or the transportation means? So we are working closely with Grow for Me. And also with the third question with respect to taking away the AI. The main feature of the FarmLinko application is the market space. And the market space is enabling this local farmers to sell directly to this institution. So with the FarmLinko application, let's say if you take out where the AI aspect, there's still going to be usage of the market space where you can directly sell to your customers on the FarmLinko application. Also, and also with the tech stack, I'll give it to our AI engineer to give more insight about it.
Okay, thank you. With the tech stack, we are
Talk a little bit louder, please.
oh okay. So with the tech stack, with the mobile app, our mobile app developer unfortunately wasn't able to come, but he used Flutter for this. And then with the AI aspect, we are using Python. So we are using Python Open AI models, the multimodal models to build the AI.
Which version of OpenAI?
GPT-4o.
Sorry?
GPT-4o.
And which database?
Okay, so for the database, we are using Firebase for both the IoT, and we are using Python backend for the AI models, the multimodal models to build the AI. Yes,
Which
we are using
version
the
of OpenAI?
GPT-4o.
Sorry?
GPT-4o.
And which database?
Okay, so for the database, we are using Firebase for both the. Okay, so the problem was when we started, IoT, and we are using Python. A2SV promised that they will give us API to start, but we started before that news came in. So we were planning to use Gemini, but because we didn't get the API on time, we're just using GPT. Okay.
Like there is a very complicated task for the AI models.
Okay.
Is there so like I was curious if you didn't get the results you are looking for with the free model, like 4.0 mini, for example,
Okay.
and that's why you are using the premium model,
Okay,
or
so
you just wanted the highest quality, that's why you went
yeah,
to premium.
I would say we started before 4.0.
So I used the content GPT-4, not 4.0. 4.
That's GPT-4o, 4.0, GPT-4o on before.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was what we're using.
Got you. More of a historic reason rather than like a deliberate choice because it gives performance better. Okay. Sorry for that.
Thank you.
It's fine. The only conclusion I'm getting here, and I think you should reconsider this.
Okay.
This hackathon was focused as well on the impact on AI point of view, right?
Yeah.
Based on what you just told me, it seems very clear that AI is not part of your core business. So you could still have a marketplace, you can still function FarmLinko without AI. I would consider thinking about, yeah?
Okay, so the main core AI aspect of FarmLinko is the language barrier. So that's where we are using a model for that. So he didn't clarify that. So let me go detail into that. In Ghana, we have a team called Ghana NLP, which work by bringing up models for the local languages. So Ghana NLP takes these local languages and work for model that we have text to speech and speech to text. So we are leveraging that model to take out the language barrier.
Got it. I think that's very relevant. And
Okay,
thanks for
thank
letting
you.
me know. I don't have any other questions. I think I'll pass it on.
I think I would thank you for the presentation. I think I would piggyback on the question about AI and where you used it. I think you just touched on a question or sort of a comment I wanted to make about language. So I saw two local languages and then English, right? So your GPT-4o, I'd imagine it was trained on large amounts of English text,
Yes.
and you probably don't have as much text corpus, to
Yes.
train Iwe or Asan or Akan or
Exactly.
some local languages. And here, you go beyond translation, and you're even doing, speech, speech processing, right? So, how, did you taste, qualitatively at least, the efficacy of, the translation features that, this
Yes. So
model
with
provided?
the local language model we have in Ghana is very accurate. Most products we have in Ghana use that model to build anytime we want to want translation features in the
Oh, yeah?
in our
Whose
apps.
model is it? It's not OpenAI, right?
No, it's not. It's based in Ghana. It's
based in Ghana.
yeah.
Okay. So somebody else has done the work. You guys are sort of leveraging
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Okay, good. The second one is, I noticed you've used the word marketplace or a market platform, a few times, and you have these users, buyer and seller. So if I'm a buyer, right? If I want to buy from anybody versus from specific person, right? These are two different things. One is I'm submitting an order to somebody and I'll be matched, right? And if I know who I'm buying it from, it's a different kind of negotiation, right?
Sure.
So what model are you guys looking at? Is it bilateral trade between a buyer and the seller, or is it more like, I can buy from anyone who's selling and vice versa?
Okay, so you can, our way is that you can just buy from anyone, because with the farmers we allow them to upload the image of their rice with the description, because in Ghana we have different rice flavors. So if you are a buyer, you just scroll through any rice and you see, you make negotiations with the farmer. If it's good for you, you just order it.
Mm. Um, okay, and the last question I have, I think the marketplace, I think you may have to explain it a bit more because it's important, right? These are very different models. And they will have an impact in your operations, your software, and all that, right? And the other thing is there was a mention of bulk purchase when you had a testimony from a lady who sells or who wants to buy rice, right? So your platform, as I understand it, doesn't have that bulk purchase capability, right? So maybe it's in your roadmap to have that, or you already support it.
Okay, so currently with the platform, we are making it such that you, let's say you as a buyer or an institution, you get to communicate directly with the farmer. We have in Ghana 5 kilos of rice, and every farmer sells it for a different price. So you see it, then you directly communicate with the farmer. In case you want a bulk purchase, you make that direct communication with the farmer.
So it's still bilateral.
Yes.
And you assume that that particular farmer has enough to sell for it to be considered bulk.
Please come again with the question.
Now you're saying it's not like I'm buying from the market, whatever is out there, the supply.
Yeah.
You are buying it from a specific farmer. That's a model?
Yeah.
Okay. And last question, and thank you for that answer. You mentioned IoT a few times in weather. I see a device here. I don't think I understood I didn't make the connection between the app, the marketplace, and the IoT proposition. If you can, I think you should have made it part of your pitch through a diagram or something like that in the future. But maybe you can give me an answer.
Okay. So thank you very much for the question. So please, with the IoT device, currently we take the weather parameters, the sensors take the weather parameters, and this weather parameter that are being given on the application, on the application, we give the farmer this insight, we give the farmer the parameters, and not only this, we know the key things, we inform the farmers on how these key parameters are affecting the rice crop. So when you go to the other section, that is when you go to the weather session, these are the weather parameters from the IoT device, which we have passed through the AI agent and is analyzing the data and gives more insightful meaning about how these parameters that our IoT device are collecting.
Good. So in terms of operations and deployment, so if I'm a customer of yours, if I'm a buyer or a seller, a farmer, I pay you $5, you said, monthly?
Yes, that one is for the use of the market space. The IoT device comes with its own cost. It costs $25 to secure one of, but that one is optional because most of our farmers, as when we started the research, some opted for it and some too said their income is so small to opt for it. So it's optional. But once you get it, you get benefit of getting the fertilizer application advisor and also more insight about the weather with respect to your farm.
Okay. Per month. 25 per month.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, this one you secure once you buy $25, that is yours. So in case, let's say anything goes wrong, then you call us, then you pay for our services for the maintenance of the device.
It's cost plus $5 monthly.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
And that would cover the cost of the IoT devices, or it's subsidized by somebody else?
Okay, for the IoT device is being built by FarmLinko. So you as a farmer, in case you want to secure one, you purchase from FarmLinko, then we have it installed for you and we do everything for you as a farmer.
So you tie it back to my farmer account, and then through the app, I could see
Yes,
temperature in the
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. It's a really good product, but for any product, I want to solve customers every problem if possible, not only one problem. You are only targeting the end product. Oh, farmer has rice and they want to sell. Oh, let's sell it. And during the process, you are helping them try IoT device. What I wanna see is from seed to farm, farm to table. I wanna cover everything. I wanna give them the seed. I wanna follow them through the farming process. At the end, when they have the product, I need to give them the packaging, proper packaging, and I need to give them the marketplace so that they can sell with standardized packaging. And for buyers, they are sure that I need to also guarantee the transaction. I need to guarantee the transaction to the farmer. I need to guarantee that the goods delivered to the buyer. And in between, also, I want to partner with logistic companies, banking companies. For example, before they might not have enough capital to buy the seeds, but they know the price of the rice, and you can facilitate with a partner bank to give them some loans through the app. Everything goes through the app. You are gonna be solving everything. You own the buyer, you own the product, you own the farmer. And this is perfect business model. You don't need to do it all together. What you need to do, you need to find, you need to persuade the reliable partner for that. And this is the whole process. And this is, I mean, for example, if you have quite enough sample farmers, you can use AI there for predictive yearly annual rice production for the country and give government how much they need to support the farmers to avoid imports. You see, you might have that chance. When you show that possibility to government, and you can get also government's involvement, partnership with you. But as it is, okay, I mean, letting buyer to talking the farmers is not a way to go. And it's not gonna work.
Okay.
You need to figure out whole marketplace, as Noel said, whole marketplace for a process, like a commodity exchange or commodity marketplace. And you will have a strong hand because later you will, for example, you are gonna partner with the fertilizer manufacturers.
Yeah.
You see?
Yes.
And the one last thing, if you are asking subscription, I mean, when you ask subscription to a farmer with involvement, I mean, they might be paying more for the middleman. You cannot persuade them to pay you $5. But what you can do with this business model, you can get revenue from the seed manufacturer. You can get the money from the banking. You can get the money from transaction. You can get the money from transportation, logistics. And you can sell your data, predictive data to the government or related agencies. There are lots of revenue. Give product free to farmers. Let buyers freely buy through marketplace. And you are going to make more money with with this structure. And nobody would complain. Everybody is happy. Maybe they are paying more than they're supposed to, but you are differentiating them. You are getting small pieces from every transaction. And this business model, I mean, once you gain some traction, nobody can beat you. Once they are in the system, you own everything.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will factor that very well.
Emre?
You have any questions?
So team, like in your offering, there are things that need to start small. Like, for example, to become a marketplace for many goods, you should start from one good, right?
Yes.
So in that area, the specification of rice is good. But there are also some other parts of your product that can empower other types of farmers from day one. I would say this is even visible from your testimonial video. Because like they are saying they are rice farmers, but they test your product on wheat. Correct me if I'm wrong. They were taking a wheat photo, and like this is completely fine. Generative AI is capable of telling what issues are going with the wheat photo as well. So maybe one thing that you can try to differentiate from the beginning, what things are specific to farming or that has to start small versus what things can empower the farmers in general. So Ali Abi's point is very important. In Africa, it's not just for farmers. I don't think the culture of paying for digital services, paying for software is very common. So now, Ethiopia, like how often people pay for digital services in case it doesn't touch to real life, like delivery of food, something. It's not very common, right? Yes. So keep that in mind. And as Ali Abi said, by updating your business model, you can still cover your costs, but it can come in a different form, you know. And in that regard, one more suggestion I'm going to make. So eventually you want to replace the middleman, right?
Yeah.
So you want to be the middle platform. But to get there at the beginning, you can empower middlemen because middlemen can solve many problems on your behalf. For example, delivery, right? Like middlemen are looking for customers. They already have farm connections. So if you can connect them with restaurants, they would be happy, right? So, think of this as in order to make your perpetual big goal reality, in the middle, you have to collaborate with people that you want to replace. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because the current reality is middleman is already there. When farmers are selling, most probably instead of looking for a digital marketplace, they are going to middleman. This behavior is not going to change in one day. And on the other hand, also, if like she says, the restaurant lady, we got it from middleman. So it's gonna take so much time for them to change their habits of buying it from the middleman and directly buying from your platform. So in the earlier days, if you are looking for success, I would recommend also think of okay, how we can empower middlemen or like make them part of this game because in the current picture they are. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The one is, do you have any, say yes or no? Do you have anyone in your team that it's an expert on rice farming?
Yes, please.
Okay. And the second observation is I like your UI a lot. I think it's quite clean, the mobile UI.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much.
Take a picture. Okay. You have Let's go. Excuse me. Sorry. Full screen? Okay, full screen. You guys ready? We can start whenever you want.
Let's go.
Okay, so hello everyone, hello dear jury. I believe until now we've seen like many ideas, many cool ideas, and hopefully we're here to present a new one to you. And we really hope that you like it. So I am Yakan Sofian, one of the responsibles of the local Google developer groups there in Algiers. Yes, thank you. And today, alongside with my team, we are here to present our project named Cognify. But before diving directly into our solution, let's get familiar with the problem. So this is John. John is the CEO of a big international tech company. And like any company, they need a collaborative tool to store their files. But throughout his years of experience, John have noticed a few problems related to file management. Often people don't care about organizing their folders. People don't care about grouping similar files together. And people don't even care about naming their files properly. And this is actually causing a lot of trouble to John's company, since it's making the search and the retrieval of files really hard. To put in some numbers to this problem, actually, a recent study shows that on average, the average employee takes about 80 minutes to search for a file. And this can add up to about 5 hours a week. So basically, if you're a company having, let's say, about 1,000 employees, working, paying them about 10 hours an hour, $10 an hour, and well, for 50 weeks in a year, we're basically losing $2.5 million just paying your employees to search for files. Outside of the file management problems, we do have a lot of countries, especially here in Africa, that are now creating new data regulation laws, especially when it comes to sharing data abroad the country. It's the case, for example, for Algeria, for Morocco, for Tunisia, for here in, for example, Nigeria and Ethiopia. And actually, a lot of companies are struggling because of these laws. For example, Meta was fined $220 million just for sharing data abroad by the Nigerian authorities, just because she did share the Nigerian data abroad without any sort of authorization. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's high time to present our solution to you. So Cognify is an AI-powered cloud storage system that allow you to search more easily, to boost your productivity, and to ensure the security of your files. So let's get a quick recap of your files, of the features. First, for the features, we have the search. Unlike classical searching mechanism, where you need to know the name of that file in order to get that file, Cognify allow you to search for a file with your own words. Next, we all know that organizing your files manually can be hard sometimes. With Cognify, this can be done within 2 clicks. And third, if you want to retrieve an information for a specific file, Cognibot is your savior, since a simple discussion with the bot will provide you with the information that you need. And finally, since our data should stay in our hands, Cognify suggests to you to deploy our app locally in your organization so that your data stays on your servers. Okay, now we're all wondering to whom this solution is for. So basically, our primary customer segment would be large companies, especially here in Africa. And we can plan to work with small to medium-sized enterprises for some strategic decisions. So here in Africa, we do have about 450 large companies, each one of them having between 500 and 50,000 employees. If we do a quick calculation, this ends up with about 4 million users. If we capture 1% of this market with an average user spend of about $6, we end up with $240,000 of monthly revenue. And this can add up to about $3 million a year. Well, let's get to the business model. Like any cloud service provider, Cognify comes with a monthly subscription business model. And this comes with different tiers, each tier offering a different set of features and all this. And also for enterprises, especially those ones who are planning to deploy our app locally, Cognify is flexible pricing. Now, let's get to our competitors. Our competitors are the average cloud storage providers, meaning Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive, Dropbox, and Fabric. What makes our solution stand is that first, our solution is one of the only solutions that come with a bunch of AI features that make you search more easily and boost the productivity of your employees, ending with less money spent on that. Secondly, our solution our solution is one of the only solutions that lets you deploy it locally, meaning that you can ensure the respect of data loss security. And also, since our files come with local deployment, you can keep your files inside of your servers, ensuring that no one in the world access your files besides you. Next, in order for Cognify to go into the market, it has to go through different steps. First, after developing the MVP, we are planning to open a beta test. In that phase, we will focus on enhancing our product given the feedback of the users and also fixing bugs. After that, we will try to acquire our first users. This could be small to medium-sized enterprises and also some individuals. After that, after we've built enough trust in our product, we could start doing big deals with big companies. Now, let's get to our financials. Our financials can be divided into two sections. The first section would be the infrastructure, and the other section would be the marketing. For the infrastructure, as part of our deployment plan, our MVP could be deployed on 3 machines. And we also have some costs related to the storage acquisition. And also, all of these costs scale with the number of users that we do have. And now, for the marketing, based on our marketing strategy, we've tried to estimate all the costs that could be based on the prices that we have into the Algerian market. And when we've casted that to that US dollars, when we sum up, we end up with $1,600 a month. Now, the solution that we're all asking, this question that we're all asking is our solution profitable? Actually, our solution achieves its break-even with about 550 users with an average user spend of about $5 a month. Now, let's get to our engagement. First, we've started presenting our solution to the public that were coming to the stands and also on social media. And we've got until now 480 subscribers on Instagram in just 2 days. And we've got some interested incubator and an interested investor. So for our sustainable development goals, as any responsible company, Cognify also needs to have some sustainable goals. The first goal would be the decent work and economic growth. Since Cognify is a tool that is here to boost the productivity of your employees and making them gain time, this will make them work more and in a better conditions, making the economy grow. Second, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Cognify comes with a bunch of tools that are based on the latest cutting-edge AI features. And since the company is based on that, we're still planning, or we'll be always planning on working on these and also like developing these technologies. Well, next we do have peace, justice, and strong institutions. Cognify is a solution that is designed for organizations so that they respect the laws that are created inside of their jurisdiction and everything. And finally, we do have partnerships for the goals. Since any organization needs a collaborative file management tool, Cognify could be a tool that could help any company to achieve their goal. Now, passing on with our team. First, myself, Yakan Sofyan. We have Abdelkarim Ben Rabia, current lead of the Google Developer Groups. We have Sohaib Zwambia, the ex-lead of the Google Developer Groups. We also have Abdelaziz Aqab, which is one of the managers, technical managers of School of AI. And we also do have Alawa Aqba, which is a webmaster at the club. So we come up to the end of this presentation. We hope you liked our product. And what are you waiting to join us and start storing smarter and working faster with Cognify? Without any further waiting, I suggest that we get into our demo and we can open our browser and just start like do the demonstration. Thank you very much.
So basically, we have a platform, and in order to access to it, all what we can do is basically go into a new tab and then type in Cognify platform. So we have both for only, and here we go. The first thing that like appears to us is the landing page. So we have a landing page where we present different services about us, different plans, and so on. So yeah, we thought let's dive into the functional side. So yeah, when I go into the authentication part, so it has 3 different options. You can either sign in with email password method. You can also sign in with Google, and you have also the sign in with A2SV. We have also the register option for the 3 different methods. So yeah, let's just log in with the existing account. So yeah, here we go. I'm gonna type this credentials of existing account. So
For the sake of time, I think you can skip the log. You don't need to explain the login.
the juice.
Only telling the juice.
Grandma, we thought you were sure previous.
Screen before. Yeah, it was the prototype of our figure. Yeah.
So we have our main, which is the root folder, our password system account. So yeah, we have prepared the account to demonstrate the different features to you. So yeah, we have this account containing different files. So we have 5 different files, 2 document exams documents. We have also 2 lists that one of them contains a list of salaries of different persons in specific years. And the second list contains the list of medals won per country in the last Olympics. And finally, we have also a file that contains the export content of email. So yeah. Now we can start with the different features showcase. So we're gonna start with some basic file storage features. Let's start, for example, with importing new file. So you can go to the window and add the random text file. So yeah, file is here. It's been uploaded successfully. Now we can also remove that file. So we can just click here and go to the delete file, and it will delete the file from you. So when the file gets deleted, it will be moved into the trash. So we can check the trash here. So yeah, it has the remove file. Let's simply go and delete the trash in order to get rid of the file. Well, this concerns the basic file storage system features, but let's include the actual main features, which are the AI cloud capabilities. So we're gonna start with the first feature, which is the enhanced file hierarchy suggestion feature. So we have provided button that's gonna suggest, based on your folder content, a new file structure based on your different files. So what you can do is you can just click this button. It's going to generate a new hierarchy for us, and yep, here we go. So it has created 3 folders. It has moved the 2 exams documents into this new created folder, and we have the 2 sheet files. The one for the Olympic medals and the other one for the salaries. Both of them have been moved to the data folder, and finally we have the MISC folder containing the exported email content. We have also here an explanation explain what's being reorganized specifically. So yeah, saying created folders and yeah, move to different files that corresponding folders. So we have 2 options. We either approve the changes, so this new structure gets let's say modified for us automatically, or we can just discard and stick to our previous class record. So we can just approve the change.
Just an advice. I understand you're trying to explain everything to the detail. Don't need to go to that level. Just go. I really want to see the juice. I want to see the AI chatbot. I want to see the search file. Okay.
Also, this cost of the format, right? So this is just looking at the
So for now, actually how it's done for this feature specifically, it's only trying to like create a hierarchy based on the name of that file. But like since we have an idea to develop this feature, but we didn't have the time to implement it, is that since we are reading the content of the files, all right, what we are doing is that we are generating an AI like summary of that file. So both this information, the name of that file and the content of that file generated by the AI could be sent to the system in order to suggest a better hierarchy.
Okay, so we move on to the next feature, which is our intelligent chatbot. So yeah, since the chatbot is supposed to collect the content of the different store file our accounts, so we can get some info about specific information related to the files that we're storing. Let's say, for example, we can ask the chatbot a question about, for example, how much was the salary of John in the year of 2022, for example. So yeah, we can go to the chatbot and ask it that question. So yeah. How much is it was salary of John? Check that. It's telling John's salary is 61,000, and yet it's the exact information that we look.
Would you mind asking another question? Where is the salary of John in 2024?
So we don't have information about John's salary in 2024. The data provided only goes up to 2023. So this is an example about the intelligent chatbot feature. We have also the natural language search feature implemented inside this search bar. So let's say, for example, I want to search about the list of the Olympic medals, like the file that contains the list of the Olympic medals. So I can say, what are that theory? So yeah, well, basically, is providing the exact file that will based on the content. So yeah, we know that this CSV file contains the list of the medals per country in the Olympics. So yeah, based on the description, what we're looking for, it has shown us the file that we're looking for.
What if you were to search a list of medals per country instead of Olympic medals? Results, right?
Yes, it did show results for
rank of 1 and 2.
Yeah, 1 and 2, and then you have the Olympics.
No, this one because like the search it's performing search like it's performing search. Nice.
0.3 seconds.
So, well, we have also the lastly the file of the shared storage. So the shared storage feature contains the different storages that we can share with each other. So yeah, we created 2 different ones. If you want to add new ones, we can just we can create this shared storage here. So yeah, shared storage is basically the same thing. Like it's a storage that contains different files and folders and can be shared with other accounts. So we can use them in collaborative way. So yeah, that's rest about the main features of our project. We have those other classic features like settings and plans. So
maybe you can get started with this questions if you don't mind.
Yeah, exactly.
So just from my understanding, yeah, thank you. This is excellent. So beyond the user interface and the pitch deck and everything, I understand the proposition. I guess it all boils down to some kind of file system, right? And you mapping some kind of AI, I guess, driven model, and you reasoning over it and maintaining it, for a particular user. That's sort of the concept that I got. What kind of file storage are you like implementing? Like, are you realizing, and how are you maintaining some kind of index over it? And where does the AI model come in? And how often does the AI model does the indexing? So that kind of presentation obviously may not be part of a pitch deck or a demo, but if I were to invest in a product of this sort, basically I'll just get to the sort of the bottom of it. If you have any answer or any input on that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, right. So that's a great question. So basically, if I understood well your question, you're asking me what are the different components of my software, meaning like what is the cloud storage system that we are using, what is the AI that you are using, and how does the AI work behind the hood,
right?
And okay. So basically, our system, like in its most simple way, we're not considering the scaling and stuff, on the most simple way, is front end, back end, and we have a large language model with a vector database and a normal database. Okay, so when you upload the file, actually, our system reads the content of the file. Okay, it does some processing on it, generates a description for it, it hashes it so that it ensures that you didn't upload the same files 2 times and that kind of stuff. And after that, what it is doing is that it's extracting the content, it's putting the file inside of file storage. Okay. One thing to point out is that the file management system, meaning like the hierarchy, the parent folder, all that was coded by hand. Meaning
it's what?
Was coded by hand.
But it's coded by hand.
Was coded by hand, all the hierarchy system and everything. So our system only requires a place where you store data. So you just give it an S3 interface, some place where you can store your data. It can be automatically like storing files and retrieving files and all of that. So all the file system was ours, and also the large language model comes in hand when like you are trying to do some sort of queries, because basically it's a RAG system. Okay, so basically for the retrieval, we are trying to like extract the content of the files, and like we're doing natural language, like querying with the vector that you have provided in the search, and trying to do the most similar answer in the vector database, and we are querying it and returning your file. That's how we do the result. That was for the first feature. So it's basically querying with the vector. Secondly, we have that chatbot. The chatbot is also a RAG system, so it's a combination of an LLM and a vector database, right? So basically, when you are inputting a query, when you are searching for a specific information, we can grab the file that is the closest to the query that you are inputting, and we give it to as a context to the large language model. Okay, so
was that maintained in the vector database, or do you have some other index? Like when you're trying to measure proximity, the closest to a particular file, where is that sort of distance maintained in the vector database, or
yes, it's actually handled in the vector database. We perform the embedding of that query that you are doing. Then the vector database like is in charge of querying that.
Okay. So an object storage, you're on some kind of file hierarchy system, right?
I didn't understand you. Could you please repeat?
No, I said you have some kind of object storage, it's just S3.
Yeah.
And then you build everything else on top of that, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I have a second question, which has to do with how often your model learns or sort of is trained on the the files that you have outstanding, right?
Okay.
Is it running in the background at all time? If so, what is the resource implication? If not, there will be some delay. So I was wondering.
Yeah. So basically, you're pointing out 2 stuff that needs to be said. So first is the model learning from the data it's getting. So basically, the model that we are planning to deploy on the real app is Llama 7B, which is a model that do not learn from the file or the queries that it's getting. Okay, so and even the context that you're providing are the contexts that are uniquely to the user. Okay, so we retrieve the information about the user, we give it to the LLM, and it generates an answer. Okay. Second thing, the second part of the question was about how many times does it run in the background. Yeah, so we're just communicating with that software component using RESTful API, so it's just running whenever we call it.
So if you add a file, would I retrain on everything and change the whole vector database?
Actually,
or is it incremental, or is it scheduled? Because I'm asking, like at scale, let's say you guys, you're competing with Google and whatever, right? Everybody's using this model. And I came here because of the whole, natural language search, whatever proposition. That means it has to perform. And for it to perform, it has to be, it has to do well. Right? And for it to do it, it has to be trained with a little thing with this file. I add a file. Let's say I have 100 gigabytes of data already. There are 1,000 people like me. So I have a large data set. So I'm just asking about the performance of your system at scale, truly at scale.
Okay, so basically, I think about RAG systems is that unlike fine tuning and like creating your model from scratch, you can work without even having to train the data, because all the information that it is, or the additional information that is not given in the initial training of the model, is provided as a context to the chatbot within the query.
The new train on the whole data.
Revenue 2022, we asked them, given the file that we found in the vector database that are, and we give it the text, the plain text data, what was the data for the data? That's how it's working. So you don't even need to train them.
That's good. Just one last question. This is more about deployment. Again, performance, but let's say because you're talking about data sovereignty and what have you, let's say I'm working for your Ethiopian government and I want this deployed here. So how much of it is sort of packaged neatly so that can be deployed as an appliance or some kind of sort of isolated deployment? Is your platform, is your architecture, is your sort of model ready for packaging in a particular jurisdiction?
Yeah, so basically, the thing about our system is that the technology either was made by us or is open source and free license. For example, as a large language model, we've thought about Llama 7B or any Llama model that is basically powerful, that is can be freely used even for commercial use, right? And we've also, as a vector database, we can use ChromaDB, for example, which is also open source and free license. As a database, there's a bunch of databases that you can deploy and use freely, even for commercial use. And for the backend and the front end, basically, we've coded it ourselves. So basically, are free to use it however we want. So yeah, it's ready for deployment.
Nice. Thank you. First question, can we go to the search bar and type in native language? Like, can you say that, hey, I have a file with the salary data, can you bring it? Like, is it capable of answering such queries at the moment?
Can I repeat the query?
Can I speak to the search bar as if I'm speaking to a person? So, for example, one of our data files was containing salaries, right? Can I just say to the bar, hey, like I have one file with the salary information, could you please bring that?
Try that. I have a file with the salaries, could you bring that? With so it's basically understanding the context of the query that you are doing.
I see. Like what I would recommend, you can make the interface more user friendly. Like if it says, hey, here are 3 files which you may be looking for. You get my point, right? Because right now your results are only the files.
Yes, basically we're retrieving the closest file to your query. That's how the system works. Yeah.
No, I understood that part, but if you look at the results, even in that one, the salary file wasn't number 1. Like, yeah.
You do some kind of ranking and then you only show the top result, because I think some data, I don't know if it pertains to the question.
I think we're doing some sort of ranking. Yeah, but
for passing into the vector database, get the keywords of that natural language query, and then embed those keywords and pass them to the vector database and do the same programming.
So where does the vector database have any information about the content of the files?
Yes.
Okay.
So what uses to query is
Okay, so it's just like you didn't code for the file reorg. Otherwise, in the other parts, you are already utilizing the content of the data. I see. Like for the long term, also, this may have some performance consequences, right? If you are doing it all.
so for the point of accuracy, and if the things scales big, we're planning on moving to Microsoft Knowledge Graphs. It's pretty much a new thing, but it's really works very performant than rather just a simple vector database. So it gives context on like, so instead of like having exams and salaries, it will categorize salaries in one graph and then embed the queries, perform the vector database queries on that section of the graph and not everything. So it's still pretty new thing. Even Microsoft is still exploring it, but when I think they produce a research paper or something like that, we're going to implement it on our system. It will make it more robust and suited perfectly for even our case for exploring everything. So everything will get stored in its proper graph and this merely of data. Sorry.
Sure. So Tim, in your domain, I would recommend checking out your local competition a lot. Why? Because frankly speaking, I don't see your system having an upper hand on the global cloud providers. So you to implement the whole cloud infrastructure is going to be a lot more difficult than Google or Microsoft implementing a generative AI interface on top of their cloud services, right? So it's not going to be very easily defendable business for the long term or even in the short term against the big players. However, where do I see the opportunity? Now that the countries are asking the companies to keep their people's data in the same country, so you have the opportunity from that perspective. So Google may not prioritize your country, but you can prioritize your country and get the market due to the regulations. They are not going to be able to work with Google unless Google has a data center in your country. So I see the opportunity in the local markets. So in that regard, have you guys done any research on what other companies are in this field in your country? You're from Algeria, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Any other local players in Algeria?
So actually, local cloud providers in Algeria just simply need a tool for like to be deployed for like local use and like classical cloud storage use. We never like saw an Algerian competitor like implementing such.
So they haven't done AI integration. So that can be your upper hand, definitely. Like if I were you, I would definitely, present it from that perspective rather than trying to sell it as, hey, like we'll be #1 cloud storage in the world. Like here is our advantage over Dropbox, over Google Drive. I would rather go from the other perspective. Hey, look at the trend in all the countries right now. They want local data to be kept local. And we want to be the local provider for African countries starting from here. And these are our advantages in comparison to local competitors. That's why you should work with us rather than the others.
Just one simple thing. I just want to add up something that when you talked about like the local competition, if I know that I got a little bit fast on this, but I talk about Meta, but I didn't talk about Naftal, which is an Algerian company, right? Naftal is actually a big oil company there in Algeria, and actually when the law was released, law 1807 about the data governance policies there in Algeria, they actually launched a call for a project about proposals about a cloud solution that was local and could be deployed locally and stuff. And actually, this proposition was waiting for too long, and they ended up going for a open source cloud solution by some Chinese company that came to Algeria and installed that for them. So if we lost them, we're not willing to lose like all the other competitors and all the big companies that are there in Algeria.
Yes.
And also another thing that I want to add is when you were talking about Google and how easy it would be to like integrate our system in our in their local storage, you need to understand that first, like Google is general purpose. Okay, so in a Google Drive, you can store an executable file. You can store your own files in your own extensions that you are creating. You can store like files that couldn't be extracted informations from. And actually, for this to use our system, meaning RAG system or providing some data to some LLM or something, there are some types of files that Google Drive accept and is willing to accept and must accept because it's a general purpose cloud storage system, but cannot be integrated because you can't extract information from those files. So no search, no chatbot, no maybe organization, yes. But rather than that, I would see it as more complicated. And also we have a small parameter, which is Google Drive has petabytes of already existing data. And for it to rerun the whole system, extract information for the whole system and everything on the existing data, it would actually be a big mess. And I'm not even talking about the infrastructure that like I believe, I didn't do more research on it, but would be like very, very expensive and take much time.
One more suggestion.
Mhm.
Since you guys are, I think you're mentioning, you're mentioning the Microsoft Knowledge Graph, sort of, you're mentioning the right. So basically, to add to what Emre was saying, like you target particular jurisdictions who have data sovereignty rules, and you sort of cater for their needs. That's more like a market and a business strategy.
Mhm.
And second, each country would have their own unique languages and what have you. You add that. And third, and this is the reason I'm sort of making this point, I think the problem of like organizing, data and files, in an AI context, I don't think it's settled yet, in my opinion. Meaning there could be several approaches, where you could combine different file systems, different, object storage mechanisms, what have you, and all kinds of new developments around large language models. And you guys could be pursuing the more like R&D paths, where while also pursuing, your commercial activities, you could say, whether it's our platform or whether it's as an extension of Google Drive or some existing platform. If I were to introduce some intelligent sort of system that just takes, the storage system as is and some kind of organizational context and tries to sort of come up with an optimal sort of structure. That problem, I don't think it's sort of solved, out there in the scientific world. And there could be potentially collaborations that you could have with the Googles, and you mentioned GPG,
Yeah.
OpenAI, what have you. So just a suggestion.
Thank you.
I'm going to be brief. Can you tell me which tech stack did you use?
Okay, so basically for the backend, we use actually tech stack can be broke down to a lot of stuff. So basically for the API, we're using Fast API just because we have a lot of AI and we know that all or the vast majority of AI applications are done in Python. So it would be very useful to like have your backend in Python rather than creating all the AI part in a separate software component and making them like communicate with an API, losing time and like augmenting the latency and all that kind of stuff. So for the backend, this was Fast API, and we also on top of that added a bunch of libraries. I think like LangChain, yeah, I guess Fast API and LangChain are the core of our solution, right? And of course, a development project has a lot of libraries and stuff. So that was for the backend, right? For the front end, we're using Next.js. Okay. And I think like you guys have any like further like insight about what was done in the front end? Can just
The databases we're using.
Yeah, also.
Base storage, file storage,
Python for that vector database end?
and the Firestore.
So basically for the cloud storage, we're using Firestore, the Firebase storage.
Firebase, okay.
As a database,
Got it.
Firebase.
I didn't understand before.
Firebase, yeah.
Clear. No need to explain more.
Okay.
Any security measures you're taking for data privacy, specifically for your solution?
Of course. I mean, data privacy could be also brought down into a lot of things, meaning like when you're talking about data privacy or data security more in general, we need to have the data not be lost, not be accessed by someone that is not supposed to access to that file, and also like keep it the integrity of that file, meaning like if you upload something, you need to be able to retrieve that thing whenever you want and in the format that you have uploaded it. Okay, so basically we've put a lot of securities in the software or in the like deployment of our machines and everything. For example, in our software, all the operations are backed up by database transactions so that no operation could lose any file, because we're managing people's files, right? If you lose a file, it can be a catastrophe, okay? Also, like all our backend is served via HTTPS, all our front end is served via HTTPS, all our authentication was made using the classical secure systems, meaning we're serving it via GWT tokens and all these algorithms that are the norm in terms of security. And also with like thinking in terms of security, we could like encrypt the data in the vector database and in the cloud storage using AES 256 in order for it like a symmetrical algorithm, so that even if one database gets leaked or any part of our system gets leaked, we could be able to
retrieve.
If you want
Got
us to
it.
get more technical.
I do, but we don't have time. You said you think about doing encryption, right? So you don't have it yet.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, from a performance perspective, how this would affect. I'm curious. I would be curious to see benchmark-wise, once you implement encryption, how this could potentially affect.
As we
Yeah, but I
It wasn't clear. We're not going to give the version. Sorry, we give the text.
the text
possibility.
stars in the vector data.
yeah. Because
it's
basically
clear.
the embedding like could be from the embedding, you could return to the sentence, but like you would have to brute force it. And
Got it. I don't want to lose a lot of time. One of two pieces of feedback. One of them is you took a lot of time for the demo, too much for basic stuff. You kind of went back. When you were doing the demo before, you just went, I want to skip the basic stuff and show you the juice. You took more than 4 minutes just to show me login, recycle bin, and trash. Could cut that off of your demo for future purposes. Second thing is, I don't know if you have it in your team, but at least it was not there. I would highly advise you to find someone that is expert in the field of file storage, someone that worked in, I don't know, Dropbox or Box or Google Storage, because you need that kind of insight. One of the things that I do like about you guys is, I know it's really exciting because you want to build everything from scratch, and you've done a lot of things from scratch. Maybe you didn't have to reinvent the wheel half of the things that you've done, but I know how fun it can be, so I really understand where it's coming from. You need to understand that from a business standpoint, it's not good, okay? Because you're incurring yourself into a bunch of risks here. Besides that, congrats! I really like your product. I think it has a lot of potential, but there's a lot of fine tuning to do, especially if it needs to go to the market.
Thank you so much.
All are covered. I have no question.
You good?
Yep.
That's it.
Thank you.
Let's see, my impression was from the state cloud or the because it's become like that they are not going to have any solution and they start programming it. Probably they already have another solution. And if you make it into the contour platform, this will be one of the key factors to choose you over your competitors.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck with that thing.
It's 6 p.m. We are halfway through the reinforced time. So like, I'm gonna stick the rest of it. And now rushing for the that's if we not to them.
No.
You can set up. We're going to take a short break, but you can set up in the meantime.
لا 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 لكم لازمش لكم لازمش تجوزوا على تجوز بيز اوكي الله يعافيك إذا ما ربحتش علاش إذا ما ربحتش تكون غير كره تكون غير درك أو والله شنو نقول له؟ واش درنا؟ واش درنا؟ ما درناش انكريبسيون درنا ريت ليميتر سيكيورتي وشنو؟ قلت له يا راجل يا راجل قبل ربي ما كنتش يسمع 50% 20% واش ما تسمعش خير ما يسقسوش لي كويستيون. اوكي جست مليحه بارس مليحه. واش رايك فيها ربحه ولا ما فيهاش؟ ها فيرست مسكيت بصح بوديوم فيها ان شاء الله ان شاء الله. كنت
We are here to present our project, Languin. What Languin is a personalized pronunciation coach powered by artificial intelligence. We have identified that many people around the world, especially in Africa, struggle to pronounce words despite having a good understanding of the language.
A little bit louder, please.
Sorry?
A little bit louder, please.
Many people around the world struggle to speak many people around the world understand the language but struggle to communicate verbally. Additionally, there is a lack of personalized content and immediate feedback due to a shortage of teachers. But there's an ever-increasing demand. This is exacerbated by lack of accessible, structured tools for practicing pronunciation.
To tackle these problems, we have created Languin, which uses next-gen AI analyzing pronunciation and phonemes in real time, and with AI-powered personalization for learning specified content. And additionally, it has an AI-powered coach providing immediate feedback on pronunciation. We aim to empower language learners with interactive tools and real-time AI feedback to enhance pronunciation, confidence, and communication skills. Languin is valuable because we provide a comprehensive platform with personalized learning, and our value lies in a large customer base, including businesses and institutions. We provide an immediate resolution to communication barriers, and our product is scalable to a variety of languages and users. Additionally, Languin has the ability to upload personalized learning material. Languin followed these sustainable practices. Quality education, which enhances learning with personalized real-time feedback. Decent work and economic growth, which boosts employability by offering tailored language learning. And reduce inequalities, which provides equal access to quality education by reaching underserved communities.
We believe Languin has the potential to make a significant impact in Africa and across the world. With a personalized solution like Languin that focuses on pronunciation and providing real-time feedback on the way someone says their words, we believe we can impact we can improve education quality and accessibility. We can improve employment and economic growth as when a person is more proficient in their ability to speak a language, they are more employable, therefore they have more options, as well as reducing inequalities, as when more people have access to this mobile tool, a larger demographic audience throughout the world can access real-time pronunciation feedback and increase their English-speaking proficiency.
Our platform provides 3 core functionalities. Firstly, we have lesson creation through generative AI. Secondly, automatic phoneme recognition to identify irregularities in a person's speech. And then lastly, contextual feedback on speech using generative AI. This makes us the first solution incorporating automatic phoneme recognition and generative AI for consumer-facing speech correction. For phoneme recognition, we utilize the Wave2 vector model. We've chosen this as it is a language invariant model and has shown a very high accuracy of about 80%. We then compare the phonemes to a source of truth. In our case, that's UK English, using either the Levenstein distance or the Bezier-Yates Gonnet algorithm for longer words. This methodology has proven to show good results for finding speech irregularities in children and the speech impaired. For our use of generative AI, we utilize the Claude 3.5 Sonnet model, as it has provided the best results for us without fine-tuning. It gives us lesson generation that is both contextual and personalized to the user, as well as user-friendly and meaningful feedback based on the specific user requirements. Scalability is one of the biggest upsides of our platform. Our audio model is light and accurate, and the feedback language model can be optimized to be much smaller using less parameters. Our usage of the wave to vector model allows us to scale to more languages with appropriate testing, of course, and allows for more use cases than just pronunciation correction, like identifying speech disorders. But most of all, the value of user data to help scale a platform. User data can help us fine-tune our language models to provide more meaningful and more impactful responses, thus increasing our ability to teach our audience. And we can create audio models better suited to different accents, dialects, languages, and regions.
We believe Languin has a significant spot in the current market. As you can see, the global edtech market cap is estimated to increase by around 400% by 2030, as well as the call center market set to increase at about 10% in the next couple of years. To provide value to people and consumers, we decided to pick the following target demographics. The call center industry, as there's a constant need for proficient English speaking, and remote workers, as well as individual language learners. The education sector is also important, as many young people in primary school struggle with the way they say words, and this can further the way they say these words are reinforced, and it could become an issue later on. So in order to reach our markets and gain value for Languin and the consumer, we are focused on providing targeted marketing campaigns, targeting parents, traveling professionals, and call centers. We also aim to collaborate with businesses for employee language training programs, as well as partner with schools and language institutions. We have 4 revenue streams. Currently, we have the freemium plan, which of course is free. The premium plan, which has unlimited amount of lessons per day and is ad-free. For businesses, a business can purchase a specific amount of premium accounts based on their specific needs and tailor tailor what they want to provide to the employees and the people around them. And we also have the student plan, which is a 20% discount. Currently, based on an estimated 10,000 monthly users, we aim to generate around an estimated $5,800, and we also think we're going to get an estimated profit of around $800. We also and we also estimate that we'll break even at around 8,600 monthly users. Our biggest competitor in the market currently are traditional language coaches. Compared to our competitor, we offer better accessibility, cost effectiveness. We offer a more time flexible solution and a more adaptable solution to the user specific needs. We think Languin has the potential to change Africa and the world. And we hope you join us on our journey to help Africa speak for itself. Thank you.
Demo. It's actually awesome.
So this is a basic walkthrough of the landing page of the application. So this is a basic walkthrough of the landing page of the application. So this is just not too important. So let's skip ahead. We have an authentication flow where users can sign in. Let me skip forward to this. And one of the key features of our platform is the lesson generation. So this is through this interface, users can choose what they want to learn. And for this demo, I create a lesson based on greetings in English, for example. Let's skip through the typing. And we have the lesson generated. And then I skip through all of the types of words generated. So you have words like hello, hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, how are you? And that's just one of the upsides of our platform. Users get to learn what they want. And now the speech recognition part. So for these demos, we showcase the word good morning in 4 different accents. There's sound on the television. No.
Can you call it yet, please? It's muted. No. Yeah, that's right. Could you unmute the TV, please?
Okay.
Is there a remote somewhere around? Yeah. Just turn off the TV. You just turned off the TV. No, I'm just recording.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rewind that a little bit. Okay, I'll just walk you through it. Not sure what is going on, but the first example was done using an American accent saying good morning. This was taken from a data set containing 26 different accents of the same person speaking in different, sorry, the same phrase in different regions. So this is an example of the output of our program. So it doesn't speak the output out to you.
What's that?
It doesn't speak the output out to you. It's currently just textual.
Yeah, what the person said, is the feedback there, but is there a voice record of it? It's supposed to be some audio visual TV. Yeah, I see, I see.
Let's just continue on. So that was an example of it.
Yeah, maybe you can switch the audio output to the TV. It seems like you're getting it out of your laptop.
That's true.
Is it coming out? Yeah, I just heard the good morning coming out of the laptop. You one more year.
It's also playing the meeting audio.
No, yeah, 24. Jesus, don't.
Yeah, that's the ultimate idea.
Is it
the meeting audio playing this as well?
Speed up guys like for the other things.
Okay, so this was a Spanish accent, and it provides some feedback. Focus on making the oo sound shorter and more relaxed. It should be a quick sound, not drawn out. Pay attention to the or sound in morning. It should be more open, like the o in more, rather than the u input.
And this is a phoneme recognition.
So the phoneme recognition compares what you're saying to what is expected to be said, and it's just the language model that's providing this text output. And then this is just a walkthrough of what the UI should look like as the user uses the interface more. And then finally, we provide some statistics about the user. So through this, we can find things like what trends the user has. So if they struggle with a specific sound, we can tailor make lessons to correct that. If they struggle with specific or if they have like specific interest in things, we can figure that out and help them improve on their journey to learn a language.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we get started. So thank you for the presentation. I found it interesting that you already showed the AI models and you kind of went a little bit deeper into this part. I always find it interesting. I find it important now as well. Two things. One question and one suggestion or one observation. The observation is you did update your revenue models based on what we talked yesterday and the mistake that you found on the ad revenue point of view, right? I find it a very risky model because if you go back to that slide, basically what you're saying is at the end of the year, your profit is $800, right?
End of the month.
Per month. Okay. So the revenue is $800 per month. It's still it's still not a lot, obviously, right? But more than that is you change the revenue model to such an extent that you all of a sudden have a massive amount of premium. I find it hard to believe that in 24 hours you found the golden pot solution to do that. So what strategies did you have to think to change the revenue model? You can put it that slide if you don't mind, so we can have some context. And the second question, which can be the first one, is what is the tech stack that you used and what database?
Okay.
Yeah. You want to say this one first?
So for those, based on statistics about Duolingo, like Duolingo is a fairly popular tool for something not the same, but similar. And
now you're mentioning Duolingo, but one, we talked about yesterday that it's not your competitor. Two, in your competitor slides, you do not mention Duolingo, you mention language coaches, right? So tell me about language coaches and how would you compare to yours? What I want to know, and I understand this is not an easy question, is how did you all of a sudden realize that, okay, premium subscriptions, 10% of it can be $5,300 per month? Because I would rather you come here and you give me a financial estimate saying we are not profitable, but we are working on it, because that's the reality of it. Then you changing the slide and just telling me that this is happening, because I don't believe that you believe in this. The same way that I don't believe what I'm looking at right now, because you don't have a strategy for the 10% premium subscription, right? So this is what I wanted to get. You don't come up with numbers. If you're not profitable, you're not profitable. You can get experts that can help you on a financial model. You can get people that can help you on a financial estimates. We have someone that's expert here that can give you more than invaluable insights. But don't make up stuff when you're presenting to anyone. Okay. What about the tech stack?
so the tech stack is a SvelteKit frontend. So we chose that because at least.
Can you repeat, sorry?
SvelteKit.
You use Svelte in the front end?
Big fan of it. So it's a SvelteKit frontend, and the reason we chose that is I find it to be a very comprehensive way to build web applications. It's just astounding. Database is Superbase. We chose that because it's just all inclusive of authentication, database handling, file uploading, just does everything we need. For the other part of the backend, so like SvelteKit has a backend, we handle all the front ends and the things there. For the AI perspective, we have a model deployed using Fast API, and that's ran through the Hugging Face transformers library. It's the wave to vector model.
Database?
Database, Superbase.
Okay, sorry. Okay, that's all from my side.
Mine will be very, very short. Like what you guys built. First thing would be, in relation to language coaches and your competition overall. I think the overall proposition would benefit from some kind of testimony or some kind of benchmarking or some kind of comparison, of a person using Languin versus a person going to a language coach and saying, such and such, right? I think that kind of narrative would also help you improve your product. Plus, for someone trying to invest or trying to evaluate your product, they would have some feel of you versus your competition. Second one is I don't know if that combination of like phoneme recognition followed by some kind of LLM, if that combination, I don't know if there is a precedent, meaning somebody else done something similar. If they haven't, I wonder if there is opportunity to achieve the same kind of architecture, by following a different kind of, algorithm, phoneme recognition, zero Levenstein distance, doing something else, that kind of like, I think there is potential to just mix and match on sort of the overall, algorithmic architecture and see, where this will land you. And just last question would be, again, you can address the comment I just made based on this, and which has to do with how would you subjectively or potentially, quantitatively, how would you measure the efficacy of your system versus, like I said, your competition?
So
What's your baseline?
So something like that can only be done through extensive user testing. So as the user uses the application more, we could be able to see, are they actually improving over time? And with that kind of feedback, we could get a good insight into like what exactly do we just tell the user to get them to look better? And if we need to make adjustments to our system to help improve their experience.
Thank you. Tim, like I believe there is a good opportunity here that you are focusing on the speaking aspect, right? You want to improve accents. You want people to be able to express themselves better and be understood by others, which is great. At the same time, I find it very unlikely that you guys are the only people in the world who is trying to do this with technology. So in the competition, I see that you want to make yourself an alternative to the existing language coaches, which is true. I completely understand that. I'm happy with that column. But I believe there are some missing columns there. So even like in Duolingo, you get some feedback about speaking, right? Bigger table. They have more solutions, Abi. If they have more solutions that can still be considered as a competitor. Like if, let's say, Duolingo is helping you to read, listen, but if it also helps you to speak, and I believe it does, maybe in a different way, but like it has the model. You speak, it says good, bad. It doesn't give you the feedback that's like this. So you can differentiate yourself that way. But not even mentioning about that, I wouldn't recommend. Like this may be a turn off for some investors, Hey, like these guys either are not aware or like they don't put it out. You get my point, right? So it's better to mention that yes, we are aware that Duolingo is trying to do. They have a module, but their feedback is too generic. They only give you a score. They don't really tell you how to improve. Like we are focusing on this niche. This is how we differentiate ourselves. I think this is completely understandable. Next, like there is a very good, I would say, potential to get business customers, like from the relevant businesses. Even A2SV can be your customer. We really need our people to be understood in the interviews. And not just that, like to improve our productivity, like even within team communication, any effort that is going to be done to make people speak better, I can be convinced easily. And I'm sure I'm definitely not the only business leader. You can find many others. We talked a few days ago, right? There are language schools, like people are paying those schools to get those services. So instead of trying to pick it up as, let's say, B2C, because like it will be hard to build your name. You can still try; it's easy. But I would also start thinking, getting business customers. Maybe first doing pilots, even to ace your product. This may be a very good way. Like if you partner with an institution, you give it for free and then you collect feedback from them. This can help you make your system robust quickly. And then when you go to the other customers, you are going to have something a lot more valuable or a lot more reliable to present.
So in our pitch, we did say our main marketing strategy was to target language institutions. Was to target language institutions, businesses, corporations, schools. So that is our main priority at the moment.
Beautiful. Happy to hear that. Thanks for confirming. And yeah, overall, like as I said, lots of potential. If you're careful in your implementation, get the support in the other arms of the business, not just the technical end. I think this can be something great for Africa and beyond for the globe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ilya,
Use cases. I mean, you need to show the investors and anybody that in 3 months, okay, the user progressed this much. And we are not seeing that. And this also shows that is product ready for the market. I mean, when you say, okay, there are 1,000 users and there we are showing the progress, it's something. But showing nothing. I mean, we have this model, this idea, but this idea, you don't have the working model.
Okay, understand. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
thank you very much, guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next one.
No, don't. No. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I have names of these? Yeah. You wrote it down.
Yeah. So yeah. Now we're gonna get to Harisa, which is to make the mix. This one was slide 24, Languin, right?
Yeah.
Key 3A is Cognify. The champs is BMO. Then you have merge, which is Consume, which is the
Okay, consume. Okay.
then you have Get AI, which is the name of the product.
Yeah.
FarmLinko, and bit by bit is study sphere.
Okay.
between talented African software engineers and global opportunity. So this is our chance to enhance and demonstrate Africa's potential. Today, we proudly present our project 23 Weeks, brought to you by Team Harissa. The name reflects a significant moment in the journey of the pregnant woman, which is the 23rd week, which is significant for the fetal development. Now, let me introduce you to Amina. Amina is an expecting mother. She's diving into the complexity of pregnancy. She's constantly worries about her baby's health, fearing something might go wrong without her knowing. She struggles to find accurate and relevant information to guide her through her pregnancy. She's feeling overwhelmed by the lack of accessibility, trustworthy resources to help her make informed decisions. On the meanwhile, Amina's gynecologist also suffers of his difficulties, since he still uses manual ultrasound traditional ultrasound machines and manual anomaly detection methods, which is prone to human error and time consuming. Here we can see a shocking and heartbreaking numbers. According to the World Health Organization, over 800 women die every day from pregnancy-related complication each day, with sub-Saharan Africa accounting approximately 2/3 of these deaths. So this is an emergent goal so that we made innovation into the maternal healthcare. So this is where the team Harissa steps in. So we made an web application called 23 Weeks, which bridged the gap between gynecologists and pregnant women to make sure no one feels is isolated and ill-equipped during such a critical time. First, multiple features, which is a response to both of the parties. We have gynecologists, which is to enhance diagnosis accuracy with ultrasound classification, ultrasound image quality enhancement, brain structure detection, and many more that are related to the pregnant woman and fetus health. As for the pregnant woman, which is aimed to empower mothers to be with knowledge and tools that she needs with an AI chatbot that is available 24 hours to respond to any question related to pregnancy and trustworthy and reliable educational resources. We offer a lawful, fair, and transparent application for our customers, where 23-week respecting user privacy, ensure inclusivity, adheres to regulatory standards with HIPAA, GDPR, and AI Act, and the high accuracy and precision of AI models. We gathered multiple user feedbacks from pregnant women and gynecologists to make our application goes with their needs. As for the sustainable development goals, we have aligned with 6 of them. We have the third one, which is health and well-being to improve healthcare in Africa, and the fourth one, which is quality education to empower women with tools and knowledge that they need. We have the fifth one, the ninth one, the 10th, and the 17th. Same thing for the Millennium Development Goals. We have the third one, which empower women, reduce child mortality, and improve maternal health. We're targeting a strategic partnership with Ministry of Health across Africa to integrate our solution into national healthcare system, with Google Health to bring our AI tools to remote area via portable ultrasound machines, and with the Blue Health Ethiopia to collaborate on initiative ensuring essential ultrasound for all women. Our go-to-market strategy focuses on 3 key pillars. We have multilingual support, which are Arabic, French, English, and we have Swahili and we have partnerships and collaborations with clinics and hospitals and community engagement to raise awareness and empower expecting mothers. We are present in the social media to broaden our reach. You can find us on Instagram, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So in the future, we are extending our application into a mobile one, so that we can have more accessibility, so that women can have more accessibility to our application. And also, we aim to integrate third users, which are hospitals and clinics. And also, we aim to integrate wearable gadgets. We can monitor the mother's health.
Now, let's have a look at the bigger picture. AI is expected to skyrocket, reaching $208.2 billion by 2030. In Africa, the population is projected to grow to 1.73 billion by the same year. Noting that female population represents 50% of Africa's population, this demographic expansion calls for urgent need in in maternal healthcare infrastructure. To stand out against our competitors, 23 Weeks offers comprehensive AI-powered tools that offer in-matching support for healthcare providers and pregnant women. We also did, to better analyze our market, we did a SWOT analysis where we identified 23 Weeks' strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, as well as a business model canvas where we identified our key activities, value propositions, and cost structure, among other things. We also forecasted the risks that might face 23 Weeks, as well as their impact and how to mitigate them. Now, let's take a look on how we aim to generate revenue. We have different strategies for that. First, subscription-based models for gynecologists, clinics, and pregnant women. Enterprise solutions for healthcare network, NGOs, and organizations. Partnership and sponsorship for insurance companies and medical equipment manufacturers like the one who provide ultrasound machines. And finally, advertising for pharmaceutical and maternal health brands. We've developed 3 packages for pregnant women, all at affordable prices. The same for gynecologists, where we ensure they all have access to essential and AI-powered tools. This is a quick overview of our monthly and yearly cost structure divided into different categories. We have infrastructure and hosting, services like APIs, marketing, compliance, and legal, with a yearly total of $6,180. This is a breakdown of our expenses. We aim to raise a funding of $50K divided like so: 15K for human resources and product development and maintenance, 10K for marketing and customer acquisition, and 5K for both infrastructure costs and legal and compliance. Okay. Now for our financial projections. Our aim is to work for the next year and get 60 gynecologists, 500 pregnant women, where 450 will benefit from our free package and 50 will be paying for our advanced care package. We also want to be working with 2 small clinics, 1 medium-sized clinic, and 1 large hospital. This will estimate a total of 14K for gynecologists, 3K for pregnant women, 7K for partnerships and licensing, and 22K for enterprise solutions, which will bring us to a total revenue of 50K. We also aim to get grants from UNICEF, and we've officially established sponsorship with SP University and partnership with Medicine Solutions. 23 Weeks expertise and Medicine Solutions AI software will collaborate together on enhancing maternal healthcare across Africa. Now, if you're an investor, an NGO, a gynecologist, or even a pregnant mother, this is your chance. Embrace our vision, invest in our mission, and together we can work on a world where every mother and every baby thrives. Meet the team behind the incredible and amazing work of 23 Weeks. We have Nadia Trabelsi, Malik Gharsalla, Noor Ben Ammar, and myself, Aya Ben Mulahem. Thank you all for watching our presentation, and I'll leave you to the demo.
So thank you. Okay. So hello everyone again. Let's start our demo together. I'm sorry. Okay. So okay, let's begin our demo. So starting with our landing page, here we are going to find all the informations about our website, our key features for the mothers to be, the gynecologists, also our AI technology, the packages that we offer for both pregnant mother and gynecologists. Okay, as the gynecologist login, so a dashboard will be displaying the informations about the patients and statistics. So it's actually a multilingual support. So when now we're supporting English, Arabic, French, and we aim to integrate other languages based on the countries we are expanding into. Starting with our first feature, which is disease search. So here, by just entering the disease name, the gynecologist will have access to all related medical reports about this content. So for the image quality enhancement, so if you have an image which is noisy or in bad quality, we are going to enhance it for better diagnostic accuracy. We have the entity classification. So from an image, we are going to classify it if it's brain, thorax, abdomen, etc. We have also a brain structure detection. So in this feature, we are going to detect two critical brain structure, CSP and LV. Their presence or absence are relevant to know any future risks in the future brain of the fetus. So for the head circumference measurement, we are going to calculate the head circumference of the baby, and we are going to predict his fetal age. We have also the report generation from just an ultrasound image. We are going to generate a report in just seconds. So leaving it because have for the health tracking by just entering the pregnant woman's vital health, we are going to predict if there are any risks for the pregnancy. Pregnant woman interface. Okay. So when about that week, like the baby development, the tips, the nutrition advice, and of course, an educational trimester video for each week and trimester. We have also our AI chatbot, Dr. Gino, that will answer any question that the pregnant woman answers during pregnancy. It's a companion for her journey. So for the story generation part, here to create that special bond between the pregnant mother and her fetus, we decided to create the story generation. The pregnant woman has to enter a topic and a number of chapters, and she has to choose a language between English, French, Amharic, Swahili, and we are go. Of course, yes. So, so, and here we are going to generate a story about love. C'est l'amour en France, en français. D'accord? So for the baby name generator, okay, so if the mother cannot read, we also offer a sound generator that will read for her for in every language. We have a baby names generator also based on the criteria the mother choose, like the sex, if it's a boy or a girl, the name origin, if it's Arabic, Swahili, etc. So the meaning she wants to reflect, please, here the long should be and the first letter, and we generate a name for her, names for her. So for the song generator here, we are going to enter description. So here it takes a lot of time, so I'm going to let it. Well, actually, it's a problem of the internet network. Will you be back? For these mind reminders here to make the pregnant woman up to date with every stage in her pregnancy, we're just going to do a record. Remind me to take my medicine daily at 10 a.m. And here, every day, we are going to remind her at 10 a.m. to take her medicine. We offer also a blog support where the pregnant woman could find information about pregnancy articles and all. Also, a yoga support So she could exercise and do yoga at home. So we have the account settings, and we have here she can change the pregnancy start date. If she got pregnant another time, she could choose her gynecologist or change them. So we have also another feature. So if the pregnant woman want to talk with her gynecologist, you just go to this interface and type hi doctor. So, and the gynecologist will get the message here. So 7 seconds ago. Okay. So that's it for our demo. Thank you.
So that was 23 weeks for you. I really hope you enjoyed our presentation and like our project. I'm Malik, and I will be gladly taking your questions.
Okay, of course. So remind me to go to my yoga class at 11 a.m.
Actually, yes, that's yes. I'm going to explain that in a second. So it's actually a bug. Like if you didn't mention the minutes, it doesn't take it into account. So you have to say 11 p.m. sharp. So it knows it's 11:00. Otherwise, but we'll fix that hopefully in the next. On the host system on an Azure instance. No APIs. Yes. It was because of the patient privacy concerns. We didn't want to share patients like private information like ultrasound images and other info with third parties. So we wanted to handle everything ourselves. So that's why we've trained our own models and hosted them on our own private server. Yes, we did. Actually, and for the entity classification one, we've exceeded the best one in the internet. Like there was a research paper where they tried it, they got about 93%, and we 94%. Yes.
Well, we reach a better accuracy than the one on the internet.
Tell me a little bit more about data privacy and security measures that you're taking.
Yes.
So what database?
Sure thing. Sorry?
What database are you?
Azure, the database.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Okay, okay.
So we take privacy very seriously.
You're using Cosmos.
Yes. So actually, first point is that we anonymize the patient data. Like when a gynecologist upload an ultrasound image, before sending it to the server, we actually apply a mask to hide the patient information part, like the patient name, patient birth date from the ultrasound. We hide it. We add a black mark on it before sending it to the server. That's the first thing. The second thing, we're actually using an IDS firewall for our backend. An IDS, so sorry, an IDS firewall for our backend. And we're applying AES 256 encryption on our databases for the patient information. And finally, using a private server for the Azure, like they adhere by HIPAA and GDPR rules. Those four are the
Where are they
major.
hosting? Where are those being hosted? Which center did you choose?
South Africa, the closest, because we're from Tunisia also, and
Yeah,
that's the
but
closest one to us.
I'm not sure.
Yes, we checked based on latency. Like we've pinged many servers, and that was the.
I wouldn't be surprised if Frankfurt was not that far as well. Well, anyway. Okay, I think I've all my questions. Just one thing, the website. If you look at the website and you look at the subscriptions, I think the price is different than the ones you presented in the presentation. Am I going crazy? Can you go to the gynecologists?
Starting at
So you have
90.
20, 60, 100.
Yes.
And if you go to your presentation, if I recall correctly, would be 50, 100, 150, right?
No, that was yesterday. Like we made
that was
further
yesterday.
changes. We've
Yeah, they
We've,
tricked me.
yes, we've actually taken into consideration all the feedback we've got yesterday and applied it today.
So it was not outdated. It was so up to date. So impressed. I'm out of questions.
Okay, thank
great
you.
advice.
Keep this page.
Okay.
Now, what percentage of doctors working in public hospitals in Tunisia, in Africa in general? What is the percentage?
Okay, so the percentage of doctor working in private sectors are 10% more than the one in the public one. So private sector more than public actually in Tunisia. Yes,
Tunisia.
yes. And
what about
there's another type which are the private cabinets, like doctors not working in either public hospitals or private. They have their own practice. That's the third type.
In Ethiopia. And as I see in Africa, there is universal healthcare and mostly public. And that kills the business model. That's the thing, I mean.
Has been asked something similar. If you go to slide 7, maybe you can add to that.
Yeah.
So exactly. So I just came back from the US. If you look at the health system in the US, how it's organized around, when there is an industry around it. A company like yours can be very different from how it would work in Tunisia. That's Ali saying how it would work in Ethiopia, right? So, so in your model, you had the pregnant woman and the gynecologist. Why I asked you to pull up slide 7 is now you have a larger network, right? And you're talking about revenue streams. Each of these in any particular country will be very different. For example, we talked about a few partnerships that you'd work with Ministry of Health in countries. You mentioned Google Health. You mentioned an entity in Ethiopia, Blue Health. So that same sort of partners, in a country different in another. And all we're saying in Delhi, maybe you can add to this, is do you factor in who pays for basically healthcare? Yes. If you do, for each country, it will be different. So your revenue overall cannot be universal. It should be very jurisdictional.
And go-to-market strategy also needs to change, and the revenue model needs to change. But your cost base is not. You are lucky. In some businesses, and your cost base also increases with the user base. Then you can adjust your pricing according to the country or in specific situation.
Yes, thank you for your question. And your first of all, of course, the business model isn't universal. Like we've taken into account that our first expansion part is going to be Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria, those of Africa. And you just mentioned the cost. Well, actually, we've calculated the cost based on how we paid for the infrastructure. Like currently, we've paid for Azure, which is like a company that provides the service out of our country. But maybe in the future, it's going to be based on how much we pay for the infrastructure in that specific country. For example, if you buy the hosting from Tunisia, of course, it's going to be a specific price for Tunisian people. Same for any other country. So the price will change depending on that.
Okay, second question, photo enhancement. That's the specific that you are doing, and you are using some AI to get the reports.
Yes.
Okay, I am a guy. I saw your business model. I like. Can I do it with small investment?
Okay, about the ultrasound enhancement.
Yeah.
Yes, the question was exactly, can you use it or not?
No, can I as a person, for me, I want to invest $20,000. I want to get this to my own. I mean, I want to do my own project similar to this. Is it that easy?
Oh, not that easy, actually, no. Yeah.
What is the bottleneck?
Okay, you want me to get into the technical part? Okay, so for the image enhancement. Actually, it's in AI, it's about regression. It's about removing the noise from the image until getting a perfect ratio of a lot of parameters to yes, there are a lot of parameters you need to read, like percentage you need you want to explain further.
I am not a technical
For
guy. I am just
okay,
brainstorming.
it's okay. It's okay. So for the image enhancement, here we collected data for ultrasound image with good quality and ultrasound with poor quality. So we can know the difference between this category and this one. So we trained our AI models. So here actually we use different AI models till we found the one that gave us the more of SE value. Yeah. So when we get the best value, so we use that.
She said, is that
I'll just have one. Basically, this slide is super important. So, world, if I'm a pregnant woman and if I can afford healthcare, if I have access to a gynecologist, right?
Yes.
Presumably, the gynecologist will have the equipment, knowledge, so they don't need to come to your app and they don't need to do this diagnosis through your tool. They probably have their own tools. Is that
Okay.
fair? Like,
Okay, so ultrasound machines actually don't currently have this these mentioned like an ultrasound machine. Yes, it would output an ultrasound image on all, but as we mentioned, the human eye can miss some things sometimes. For example, that's why the report generation thing is really useful. Like it will analyze the whole image and give you details you may have missed. Like the doctor use something to calculate the head circumference in the ultrasound machine. Like there is a tool for it, yes, but it takes about 15 minutes. Well, with our AI model, as you can see, it was instant. So like you said, 15 minutes just by using our app.
so if I were you, just playing the devil's advocate, this is nice. I like it. So, for example, if the gynecologists are not, properly trained, or if there's a shortage, whatever, like you can have a proposition like this. But then, if your big proposition from a technology perspective is basically saying, "Oh, our algorithms, using such and such model, they outperform art."
Yes.
Then instead of building an app, I'm just telling you, right? Instead of building an app, I'll go to Siemens or GE, of this, right, and say, look, if you introduce my model in your existing device, right, then your performance such and such would improve, right? So you could make a technology proposition directly to. Anyway, but overall, though, I really like, yeah. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you, team. Like I agree with the feedback that has been. If you add on number one, so you mentioned that you are GDPR friendly.
Yes.
Especially when you're dealing with sensitive healthcare data. How do you make sure that? Like, where are your servers located? Even I think, according to GDPR, like some countries even have stricter measures, even if they are part of European Union. Like you may not be able to keep any data at any server.
Yes.
So if I were you, instead of a big risk, especially for people who understand the details in the sector, I would just drop that because at this stage nobody expects you to be GDPR friendly. You don't have a product that is making money at the moment, right? Out to market. You are currently developing that.
Yes.
So it's completely normal at this stage. You don't have those certifications. Let's say, having compliance regulations. But when you mention this creates question marks. You get my point, right?
Yes.
Like otherwise, the rest it's already great. But these regulations, like if you go into details, you will realize there are so many things. Even for us to launch a healthcare related app in Ethiopia, Ethiopia is trying to get the rules from United States in that area. It's a painful process, So no need to be very ambitious. When the time comes, you are going to be capable of doing that. But now, no need to make the water dirty with those.
Thank you.
Next, the SGDs, like similar to this one, like some of them are perfect fits, like quality health. Oh, sorry, what is the first one? Amazing match. Quality education, okay, somewhat. Gender equality, I mean, like, you don't have to actually support 6 sustainable goals. If your project is fitting into 1 or 2, it is better to mention 1 or 2 rather than, hey, we also have this, we also have that. Again, like, amazing presentation, very good product, everything is very strong. Feedback to you so that in the future, when you are pitching to others, these things are going to be improved. Okay, so well, because otherwise, like, some people may stuck at this, hey, they don't have this, why are they mentioning about that? You get my point. Better to just, stick with the truth and like, don't take risks, because nobody is gonna say, hey, why do you support only 2 SDGs? Like, the minimum limit. The other one, it was a lot better in terms of fitting. Like, I think you do like, empower women, right? Maybe more gender equality, but empower women, reduce child mortality, and improve maternal health. Like, perfect fits, perfect fits. So in that regard, I really liked this one. The chat feature is really cool, but for the future, you should think about what if some, let's say, pregnant women are abusing by sending so many messages to the doctors. So it's nice to open the channel, but there will be more to think about that, especially when it comes to patient-doctor relation, where like patients seek more and more attention. So it cannot be just, anytime I want to send a message, I will send a message situation. But this is something that you can develop in time. And like, AI utilization is very good. There are many models that you're testing. At the same time, you really need to make big measurements on the performance of your models, especially this is about health. Like, when you said that, hey, we are using our own model because of series, well, like, this is okay. Of course, I trust in your ability. You can do great stuff. At the same time, this has to be validated with large data sets. Okay, with the images that you tested, your accuracy looks better than other available models, but can we say that this is going to generalize any type of data set, any type of issues? So in that regard, I would still recommend getting a better understanding of what models are available and take advantage of them. Because like, when you do the querying, if a company is capable of selling a global healthcare API, I'm sure they also pass through many validations, like they are X compliant, Y compliant, whatever. So you should be able to utilize some of the existing resources without creating privacy issues. Because at the end of the day, otherwise, whenever there is something new to detect, you're going to build your own model. But if you are building your system of what is already out there, it's going to be easier whenever there is a new model coming out from another company that can still empower your product. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Great
much
job.
for feedback.
You benefit from having a tech advisor expert somewhere in the field of AI. Because your own models might be able to where it's easier, something that can be closer to you.
Okay, keep that in mind. Thank you.
Another kind of advice is actually important liability, right? Like, the models may be perfect, but then they will never be 100%. And to the extent that you are advising a gynecologist, or at least, giving them information, then for the pregnant woman, like any kind of liability, should it come to somebody suing the platform, assume you guys have, like, you're operating in 50 countries, blah, 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 right? So something about. Yep.
Thank you.
And also closely follow the device manufacturers, because they might add this feature to their, most likely. And you need to pay for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for opening guys. Thank you. File there. Yes, put that up. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay. They will help you out.
ትናንትና በጣም አስቆጥቶኝ ያሰድቡን okay to be loud and try to answer the questions or some yeah so So you mentioned that you picked from the group of different countries. And how far can belong? Maybe you guys are prepared. I don't want to distract you. Just shake this. So yeah, Tony, if there's anything, share.
Yeah.
So you are going to show us like
Internet?
yeah, it will happen. I'm
going to join.
Yes, was has reached things about our possible future. Voice. Right. And then I said, like, how come I don't explain? Like 15, 40 years people, like we are a very small community, everybody knows each other. He said, okay, interesting. That's what we understand. Yeah. Okay, it's on track. Yeah. So what are this back? We're going to start. Okay. Just one advice. The last time it was a little bit too long. You went into too many details on your demo. You went to lots of details that were not focused. I think this time you can bring the light, right?
Yeah.
I'm also
See the setup. Focus on what really matters. Okay.
Oh, we're good. Okay. Once it's taken, we can start. Okay. We have now there, which is the most important during right. Okay, good.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ismail from Ethiopia. My teammate here is Asia from Tanzania, and we are Team GetAhead. So in GetAhead, our main work is empowering consumer support. So how do we do it? When before I get into the solution, let me have more. So put it briefly, the problem is lack of product information, specifically when it comes to local companies. So you might ask, why is product information necessary? What makes it fair? So to illustrate how the lack of product information can have a severe consequence, I have a short example that I would like to show you. Back in 2018, a beef manufacturing company in Egypt had exported into the products. The name says 101 uses. So what they meant by that is that they offer they offer like use cases always in the context of food. So they could clean stains of fabric, disinfect clothes, in skin bleaching, blinding to the skin. And as you can imagine, this had severe consequences because many people were getting hospitalized because of skin damage. So if skin ladies such as this can have severe impact, what about the local products that have sensitive products such as baby products, vitamins, and makeup products? So to sum up the problem, lack of product information leads to misuse of products, which in turn creates tension between the consumers and producers and fuel mistrust. So what is the solution? Well, our solution is an AI-powered application that provides accurate and reliable product information. So how does it work? Well, you scan the barcode of the product that you want to know more about, go to our chatbot and ask any kind of specific information about the product. So this is an African program, and we are providing an African solution. So we have implemented a multiple language support in which users can ask in local African languages such as Swahili, Zulu, Hausa, and many more. Also aligns with multiple sustainable development goals. Since we provide accurate product information, we are directly promoting good health and well-being as well as responsible consumption of products. Since we partner with them, it's obvious to directly source accurate product information, innovation, and partnership for the goals as well. So what's the market? As you may know, different product sectors have seen a rapid growth within the market. Consumables have predicted growth of around 40% by the year 2025. Beauty products are projected to grow by 8% within the coming 5 years, and agricultural products are projected to grow by 20%, reaching $1 billion by the year 2025. So as you can see, product awareness has never been more important this year. But what about the African market? We have a total addressable market of around 5 billion people, as based on the current population of the African continent, but around 500 million of these are smartphone users. So when we take into account key African regions as well as the serviceable and obtainable market, there is around 12.5 million people that we are planning to adopt early on, and this gives us a potential of 12.5 million. So who are our competitors? Are there any alternative options that people can use for our solution? Well, none of them provide local African products information and the features that such as the AI chatbot system, the language support, and barcode kind of features. Now, how are we planning to generate revenue from this project? Well, there are two ways that we are planning to generate revenue. First, it's from the consumer side, from the people who are scanning the barcodes and getting information. From that, we offer two plans. The first one is the basic plan, which is free and available to everyone. In the free plan, we offer the same functionalities as I mentioned earlier, the barcode scanning feature, the AI chatbot feature, as well as the multiple language support, are all available in the free. But users can sign only for a limited number of times. To have unlimited number of times, users will subscribe to the premium plan, which will host the suite of downloads and other additional features. Advanced features will also be included in our premium plan as well, such as alternative products additional real-time comparison to multiple products and many more. Now, from the producers or from the manufacturers side, there are 4 ways that we are going to do them. The first one is data analysis. Valuable information, valuable data that collect the user interaction for chatbots can be sent to users and manufacturing companies. Feedback and user rating of products is also one way that we can generate. Another way is API subscriptions, so companies can add the chatbot functionality and customer support using their own websites, using their own platforms. And finally, what we mean by that is advertising that will be available through our homepage, through our pop-up notifications. So let's elaborate more about the API subscription. There are two types of subscriptions for the companies. First one is for small businesses. It will cost $100 per month and will have the basic functionalities that we have described before, such as the AI integration, AI chatbot integration using their own platforms. When it comes to large enterprises, which will cost $1,000 per month, we offer the same functionality as services one, but with additional advanced features such as the ones that we mentioned before, which include the advanced data analysis as well as the product feedback from that is collected from the users. So how do we plan? What is our timeline? What is our roadmap? How do we plan to make this project come to life? There are 5 phases for our project. The first one that we have already completed is the initial development phase. The second phase is advanced feature phase, and we are planning to roll out many advanced features such as the API subscription as well as the data analysis features. The third phase is expansion and partnership. So we need to connect many accurate information from companies, so we are planning to provide incentives in many other ways to make companies come to us. So the fourth phase is scope building. So we plan to build the scope of our application by the opportunities using the product listings and specifications, so users can do that to where they can purchase the applications. And furthermore, to guarantee product authentication and anti-counterfeiting, we provide to integrate our routing system with many companies so they can guarantee that, so people can guarantee that they are getting the right finally, why should we stop only product companies? We plan to have complete e-commerce integration with absolute partnerships with large companies such as Amazon and Express, or we can integrate, we can create our own e-commerce platform and integrate this solution within our application. What are our user projections? So we have an ambitious plan of garnering around 280 starting from 20K on the first year, 50K on the second, and 200K in the last third year. So based on these user projections, we have a financial projection, assuming that not all of our users will be using the feature and taking into account the advertisement revenue and data insight revenue, we plan to annually produce $1 per year. So as you can see, for year one, if we have 20,000 users, then we plan on making $50,000 revenue within a year. Out of which 10% will be expenses, other expenses, 15% of which will be operational costs, and the other 15% will be the user acquisition costs. Giving us $50,000 the first year of our launch. And you can imagine the trend for this. So why are we here? So so we are increasing a startup funding of around $50,000, which we will use 20% of it for operational costs, 40% for product development, and 20% for marketing. Now that I've explained everything, how are we trying to use it? How are we use it? Well, we have this go-to-market strategy, which includes brand partnerships, as I mentioned earlier. We are trying to, our plan is to build partnerships with new companies, specifically prioritizing things that produce sensitive products, such as products, vitamins, medicines, and things like that. And another way is a conventional marketing strategy, and finally, in-store demonstrations. So, by demonstrating how our brand works around local market areas, shops, supermarkets, as well, we want to promote our application. So, it's our magical team. Our team for people from Nigeria, Asia Haji from Tanzania, machine learning engineer, Odabe Roman, machine learning expert from Nigeria, me from Zambia, environment design, Ethiopia, and lastly, Stephen from Ghana, which is from Kenya. As you can see, we are a diverse group of people who have worked together to reach this far, and really popular here. Now that I've finished the presentation, if you have any please, take it please, but my teammate will now continue to do it.
Let's continue with the demo. This is our homepage of our application, and when we say about brand and branding companies products, this is what we make. We are offering the the brand and marketing for the product to the company. So if the user want to know about this product, he or she can just come here and know the information of this product, and he can access our chatbot here and ask any question that you want. So people in different countries with different language can access the information of the product and choose in their daily needs. So another feature in our application is scanning, is our core feature. So a user can we have two features and scanning. A user can scan directly from here, or maybe he can scan later the image from his phone.
Today, click on personal. And type AKASH123. Now everyone knows that.
Okay, let's continue. I'm going to scan this product.
Turn it for the barcode scan.
No, it's a barcode scan. So the application tries to identify the product here and fetch its information. As you can see, it should give the information, the image of the product, the name of the product, and all the information about the product. So if the user has specific question about the product you want to ask, you can just come into our chatbot and ask any question that he or she wants. So let's ask maybe this product. Then the user can get information about this product, the ingredient, and all the information here. You can ask anything about this product, how to apply it, how to use it, if there any side effect of this product, and also it can give other alternative product apart from this product.
Yes. Can you ask whether this product is edible?
Sorry?
Whether this product is edible and I eat this
Okay, it's keeping the first answer. This kind is not intended for consumption. Okay, so we have another feature here.
One question about this country. How the data is going to get into your database? How the data gets into your database? You have some information about this product.
Yes, yes.
Where did the information come from?
So that's why I'm thinking about
You guys also that come
no, for this table, for this table, we collect it ourselves. Yeah.
That's just
We collect it ourselves. Yes. We have we have the market information we offer an alternative. If you scan the barcode, for example, if the product doesn't exist in our database, it comes like
exactly. You provide value, you don't have a lot of.
Okay, before you talk about it, just from a scalability perspective, right? Like, I understand you're building partnerships. They are really product sales. And you can't possibly approach each of the
each of the companies. So
Finance, right?
yeah, that's one of the ways that we are not planning to contact each and every company.
There's no this product in our database because we haven't registered this product in our database. So there is this option here, you can search it by name, you get the information, and you can access that the same functionality as the product's information in our database. I can try here.
Yeah, so this is a technical question. This is fundamental business model and the growth sort of. So the whole premise is to base your viability as a company on your ability to build partnerships or to organic partnerships to sort from the partners to the partnerships. It's a big assumption, and there is likely that part will be a competitor anyway, like JS1 or all these supply chain related companies. They wouldn't just give away this data and say, "Oh, they're charging us," and knows that it's an amount of, by API call or something, right? So how would you see this playing out before just?
So we don't see that we are going to be right. So that we are trying to task. We're not going to reach out to them. They're going to reach out to us. In a way, we're going to provide them with incentives as we make them be attractive to us. So the business model from the information from the social media. So there are only two users as an example. So for a new client or new products, we offer those services for free. And after the companies can get comfortable with using product and see how we can relate them, we start adding the services as well.
And let's continue with another step to upload the image. So I'm uploading the upload of the image here.
It's the same process, right?
Yeah, it's the same process.
That's fine. Yeah, I think
we got can we ask a couple of questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just say a couple of things. One, fundamentally, we can talk about product information, but fundamentally, physical information is not information, product information. And there are some players in the whole e-commerce world, the supply chain world, the point of sale. Or maybe they got it from somebody. So if you are the entrance, you don't have the leverage by data to go through a lot of money, right? You don't have the operational capital to go into results. And these all ideas that are going to provide incentives for that to come to you. You'll see a startup, it's like just a general comment. But things, how you scale it. So that the business model that realize this model. The other thing is barcode scanning by itself couldn't be a product. You shouldn't charge for it. It's a commodity feature. Now the barcode scanner, we can there is actually. So we can scan limited barcodes versus that's price, classification may not be obvious unless you have information pertaining to it.
So it's not just a sign
and just this would be my last comment. We were talking about glitches. So my concern in this applies to your condition of any AI-based problem. Right? So there is something imprecise embedded in the model, embedded in user input, or whatever. When you have systems, that give government sort of recommendation, now, you understand you're trying to introduce an AI models and then you can do the proper data design. You're trying to improve the communication process. But, you know, you are also fundamentally limited by the efficacy of AI models. And as we know, currently we are not Sri Lanka. So how do you factor that in? Process, curation process. Yeah.
So, how to the feedback feature has its own agent in the second tab, but right after using this checking system, after acquiring it's right, it will gauge how or maybe some thing as how much using it's good it's that's where the process
So team, I think this is a product that is in an area where we definitely need a solution. However, the way the solution is going to come, I believe is going to be different than how you were imagining at the moment. For the reasons that we have discussed, I find it very unlikely that you will be able to index so many products from so many companies, and then it's going to provide value to the end user directly. Then I'm, let's say, trying to purchase something at a random place. I will just read the barcode and I will get the information. Even it's for the international companies, it's not that easy. So the product that I've shown yesterday, Yuka, do you remember the name? Yes. Even that one, it doesn't have all the products. Like it has many. For some products, it's not indexed, and it's not a good user experience. And if the ratio of the products that you have is less, like you don't have 80% of the products, you're going to lose. I try one product, it's not that two products. I believe. So what I would recommend to you, in your business model, make your customers supermarkets, supermarket chains, because they know their products, they have the information about their products. And as a supermarket owner, I would love to give a software solution to my customers when they are trying to choose, should I get this brand, that brand? You know, like getting the information, giving some insights. So if you go to a supermarket and you know, try to sell about this product, I'm sure from some of them you may get something. So this also solves the problem of, okay, so which products we are going to include in our system, because they know their inventory. They are going to add their inventory's information to your product. They are going to do that job. Like instead of you trying to solve that problem, you can even outsource that part. So that way I can see potential. I wouldn't go to the way of A, that all the products, everything is going to be in our database. And we will charge the end user $3, $5, up to $50, $100. Don't go on that way. Give it competitively to the users. But sell it to supermarkets, charge the supermarkets, let them add the data to the, let's say, products into your system. I can see a feasible business that way.
To your point, like online products, there are lots of reviews. No offline. As you said, they can go to, especially in Africa, they can go to the supermarket. They make it upload their products to the system, and they maybe they can go. They can supermarkets can do their own brand. They can give white label. So offline they can have reviews. They can almost their taste different from the different niche market.
But you can have recommendations.
Yeah.
That's from my
only a few things to add to this. I would definitely revise your API model. So I find it nice that you actually had it. It was one of the feedback we had. But I find it highly unrealistic prices. One of the most common ways I would see it is probably going from limiting the amount of calls that they can have or make it an always is the one that you have $1,000 for large enterprises, even though large enterprises don't have money for it, they will always do it. Try to Besides that, I really want to give kudos for the fact that we have a diverse team in different countries now. That should be amazing, and I think definitely should be appreciated.
How you put that up?
Yeah, exactly.
Promote the same.
Remote work to play all that. Thanks, everyone.
Good.
Right, next thing. Goodbye.
Yes, this is the last. We said we coming home for last. Ethiopia. Yeah.
So much.
As customers, they can order their white brands against them. Yeah. Brands, because my brand is as good as your
They can use feedback so that they do finish.
Yes. The feedback products, they can get more, they try to do that already. So now they look at the sales, but they don't hear the feedback from them.
Not the territories.
Yes, that's another thing.
Try.
Yeah.
Can you try to speak?
What
is the microphones? Do you guys have microphones? Sorry.
Maybe they can use this in the meantime.
No. You can stay. Paul will check.
They also face things. One of the biggest problems we face is disengagement. In fact, 40% of students in Africa face disengagement due to the lack of personalized learning. On top of that, 60% of them don't have access to integrated resources for effective collaboration and learning. Moreover, 80% of students are struggling with scattered learning processes, going to different platforms and connecting materials and wasting their precious time and effort rather than learning itself. Me and my teammates have personally experienced these problems, and to provide a solution, we provide Study Sphere is a one-stop platform for collaboration, learning, and professional preparation comes in school. Study Sphere is just not a collection of tools. It's an interconnected ecosystem where students can supercharge their learning experience. Let's start with the core of learning, courses. Using our AI course generator, you can create courses personally for you, tailored for you, based on your needs and goals. On top of that, you can use our Talk to Your Site feature, in which you can directly chat with any website you want. It could be documentations, educational articles, or educational blogs. And as you progress through our platform, you can assess yourself to identify your weaknesses and strengths using our AI exam generator. But learning isn't just about studying. It's about collaboration and practice. That's why we provided you a metaverse, in which collaboration is presented in a fun and engaging virtual environment. On top of that, for your collaborative projects, we've implemented a collaborative coding feature in which you can collaborate code with your peers. It could be solving complex questions or questions for data structures. And to prepare you for the industry, we've provided you an AI mock interview generator, in which you can refine your interview skills for better future success. So when we get on to the impact that Study Sphere will provide,
It aligns with the two SDGs, SDG 4 and SDG 17. SDG 4 being quality education, Statistics provides you with tools such as collaborative coding, code generation, and exam generator to give you a better quality education. And for SDG 17, Statistics supports SDG 17 by fostering global communication between educators, students, and institutions. When we come to the market opportunity of this year, the global edtech market is projected to grow up to $162.7 billion from 2022 from 2023 up to 2028, with a compound annual growth rate of 60.8%. But what's more interesting is this number is 17.5% in Africa. And the key growth sectors are high school education, higher level education, and sector-related industries. For our revenue streams, we've planned 3 ways to create revenues. One of them being subscription model. In subscription model, we are asking our premium users to pay a monthly fee of $4.99 or the better annual version of $49.99 per year. And to collect revenues from our free users, we are providing advertisements in the app, in which we estimated to generate 0.5 USD per user per month. And for enterprise licensing, based on different tiers of the institution, such as small, medium, and large, we are offering different packages. For small institutions, we offer $1,000 per year for up to 100 users. And for medium institutions, we offer $3,500 per year for up to 500 users. And for our large-scale institutions, we're providing them with a package of $7,000 a year for unlimited number of users. Our marketing and sales strategy is to early adopt tech students, and our objective is to put Statisphere as the go-to platform for education. To achieve those objectives, we are implementing several tactics. One of them being social media marketing, in which we are running targeted ads and ecosystems and platforms in which tech students are already familiar with. Additionally, by partnering with influencers and asset managers and large institutions. Also offering institutions white labeling. Additionally, to spread the word of mouth and peer-to-peer recommendation, we're going to be adding referral bonuses. When we look at our competitive advantage, you can see some of the popular platforms such as Languin, Blackboard, and Konsume exams. And you can see how Statisphere has advanced features and better way of learning compared with our competitive landscapes. For our financial projection, we based our solution on 20% of the users being premium users and having a cost of operational cost of 20%, marketing cost of 15%, and other expenses of 5%. Using these assumptions, we predict that our first year will be having 5,000 user base and small institutions of 5, medium institutions covering 2, and large institutions 1, and generate annual revenue close to 40,000. When we go to the years and go to the 5th year, we project our platform will go up to 250,000 user base, and partner with small institutions of 100, 40 middle institutions, and for the largest institution, we expect 40 to 60, generating an annual revenue of a net profit of $3.6 million. Our team is composed of myself, my son One, and Azar. And to make this project fruitful, we have some guidance and mentorship from Dr. Yohanan, who is an AI researcher and assistant professor at the University of Florida. Additionally, Matthias Mundusky is a software engineer and backend developer at A2SV. And we ask you to join us and we are seeking $10,000 for a 15% equity stake for our solution to grow up to $250,000, 550,000 users within 5 years and more. When we come to the demonstration,
Let me just ask you some questions in the meantime. What tech stack did you use?
the tech stack we use for the backend is Node.js and something with AI, Python. And for the frontend, we use Next.js and React. For the NLP models, we were using Gemini and AI. GPT-4 and
database.
Yeah. It's mostly Postgres.
You can go to the In the meantime, can I already give you a bit of feedback? Your financials, projection looks much better, much more realistic, much more ambitious, very accurate.
And for the tech stack, we used Vue.js for the 3D environment, A2SV for the 2D metaverse, and Pure.js for communication part. So we've tried to integrate solutions.
So as soon as you log in, you'll introduced with this amazing interactive dashboard. And when you go to the right, you'll be seeing the features. To the left, there are 3D components you can interact with. When we go to the features, it's the text generator.
Is your role, if you start something, it's make a live demo. It's really the way to learn this live demo.
This is really the first page. So this is the first page. But the first page is so you can create personalized posts on these things. So let's just create a post. Then you talk to us about
And you
the
yeah, the categories.
Just to showcase that we can actually
There's personal. There are personal.
Grouping rings.
Yeah, descriptions.
For beginners.
This is which is great. We have a video, YouTube video. Also, that's true.
Video. Yeah, but I'm wondering is whether it's going to get a or actually going to get new.
So I think they put it in videos. So I think it was
Ruby is in diamond. Or I'm not that. Thank you. We can move on. So language what we talked about, you using Google Translate, right? I will keep the same feedback as it was given last time. Don't advertise languages because you don't. Google Translate might not be super accurate, and when it comes to course learning, when it comes to learning new features, new skills, you really need to be really clear on the language. So I'll just stick to what you know, right?
Basically trying to work with models, different models, but then also sort of things like the most accurate examples are probably
so when we go to this picture. This starts.
I think it's oh no, I mean,
This page starts
part where you do the explanation that the value is part. Exactly.
Video. Of course, we have vision editor, which will be creating code. So let's go to the collaborative feature, the metaverse, in which we've provided a collaborative environment and a immersive virtual environment in which you can get virtual workspace. This could be collaborating with your colleagues, groups, or whatever. So it's a fun collaborative way of approaching it. You can, using this platform, you can brainstorm questions, and brainstorm your ideas, with agendas, or plan your flow chart objectives. Additionally, you can use most of our features to the metaverse by using one of the PCs in a collaborative manner. For example, let's go to the collaborative code. The collaborative coding platform helps you collaborate to work on a project with the same teams. So, I can just share the room, and then my collaborative. Right here, we can solve complication together, conduct quizzes, problem solving is easy and understandable. You compile and test your program, but it's right there and there. The last feature before the metaverse we have added is AI marketing generator. This AI marketing generator can gauge your understanding. You can fill in your job description and the years of experience you have. And using that, it will create a lot of questions for you to answer. So to answer the questions, you'll be recording yourself, answer these questions for each question.
So, good question is, are you basically taking like a prompt engineering approach where you comment sort of like a headline or each feature to help you decide
We want to get a person response. So taking some of the information from the user's response.
and you already have like some prompt templates in the feeds.
Yes.
After you finish answering the questions, it gives you a feedback on it. So the feedback it gives you is the answer is about one, correct answer, and feedback on how to approach the problem, how to better rephrase it. So to help our user, to increase our user experience, and it might be hard for people, we have added a 24-hour AI support, in which you can talk to it about anything about our platform, and it gives you answers. It could be navigation of our platform, and you can support you with that. And for to be more in touch with our users, there's a feedback form in which our users can get suggestions, provide suggestions for reports, and you fix on them and increase the user experience. That's all if you have any questions.
So, I actually like the collaboration program. Very easy. We can get some collaboration. We can sort of collaborate with interesting subjects. My question is generally, if you experience it like horror, it's basically features of this kind of language models or this kind of model. Well, firstly, in this particular case, where there are cases, for example, hallucination, the business that the model came up with, or interview questions that came up with, production to group that generally, better chances are different. Right? So there is all kinds of, ability, dynamic, so to speak, just a phenomenon called hallucination, which actually intelligent
we
us,
have,
we make them out to be.
we have two ways of trying to solve this problem that we have here. One could be filtering AI generated content through multiple models. So you have an overall optimized answer. And the other way is to have expert evaluation. So when we're implementing it in school for experts, maybe professors or the lecturer that we review everything, so that when users are accessing our platform or our course, they will be redirected to those websites that the teachers have. Just that you want to filter errors.
Sorry to I had to do an urgent issue. Our systems were down. About your product, you also had the chance to talk in class. We have done a lot. I think this feedback has come instantly. Diversify your Harvard, I see it's that's actually a lot of stuff. This is really nice. And make sure you diversify your teams. And I see a huge potential. And one more thing about the presentation. So, if I remember correctly, we're charging larger organizations $7,000. So, when I'm taking some this process, very, yeah, I mean, it's for me like the issue is as your user count increases, your costs are increasing. If your revenue is not increasing, then you don't have because of institution you deal, you may find yourself like that. So let's say HSC today we have 800 students, $7,000 we can make money with us. But if in 15 years we have, let's say, 2 million students, we can make money with us. We have 5. So you got the point. I would update that as well. But overall, so that you feedback, you integrate, you make it better. They keep it up. I'm excited for the future.
Yeah, I'll probably repeat something that I did yesterday. One of the most important things for me is for you to keep focus. I think I do like the contribution to metaverse. I think you should still with 3D for now. I think you should really focus on the features that we presented today, expand on them, and make sure that they a bit more predictable. Because exactly what I'm saying. It's dynamic, it's not deterministic. And besides that, I agree with what you're saying as well. I think product, building this in such a short time is also really impressed by it.
I don't know whether it's applicable, but can you build this project as a teaching platform for teachers, for freelancers? But that is one of my really teachable, I guess. It's very good, I mean. But yours is better than that. You are adding some AI concept to it, and you are just supplying the platform and using it. Scalable. You have technical knowledge to do that. Rather than you are generating content and everything.
Content could be curated, the determinist. That way, you avoid a lot of uncertainty. Still have AI models, and to this point, you can support the teachers themselves, or even better, whatever was mentioned to me, right? If you have 5 million coders, that's the government is trying to train, right? So, you know, if they could congregate on this kind of platform, it could be matched. They can study group platform on C++, that's why it is. You know, if you go down the path of GitHubers, this kind of gamification, you know, instead of just setting for avatars, for trying to promote like a large population, right? How they could sort of, you know, the games and like, okay. Something like that.
Structured learning. And you are not bound to Ethiopia. Your target audience expands. and all over the world, and you can put digital and this model. They were successful. They have some sustainable business model, state revenue. Yours better than them. I look at that. I want my Spider's program. Yours is more interactive. I speak about it.
That's it. Thank you very much, guys. Emre?
All right. Thank you very much for being with us. It's a pleasure to see all the interesting FarmLinko projects as jury members. There are great projects. I read about everything I've seen, and we also came up with some great ideas. There's also capacity. The excitement is going to continue. One more day, and tomorrow and evening we are going to see the winners all together in the closing ceremony. Thank you very much.